Hiya folk, we are so glad you're joining us again chasing Foxfires. Before we begin, quick shout out to Syrinscape, this amazing online program that lets you manage soundtracks and sound effects. They've been an absolute lifesaver when we moved to the online D&D space with their online player, so definitely check them out at syrinscape.com.
The party has travelled to the Feywilde, intending to travel through the ruins of Samina Kalikoi and to see Tatiana, who told Eridrian that she might have something for him. However, the ruins turned out not to be quite so abandoned. Instead, you encountered there a creature with purple-greyish skin and unnatural tentacles on the mouth, looking emaciated and as if parts of it had been transformed by long contact with the Fae. This Illithid brought you to their elder brain, who offered you a choice: to either join them or join them as their meal. Next asked if the party could have some time to consider the offer, but unfortunately, due to a combination of hunger, easy prey, and an unexpected into the party's telepathic network, combat started as suddenly all of Grecky's muscles seized up. It did not go too well. Sam cleverly tried to get back at the creature through the telepathic link that was created, but realized that something that specializes in psychic attacks might be a bit better in mind games, and realized that a tad too late. They spent most of the time stunned, and there were a few other close calls, and a few very lucky natural ones on my side. But most unfortunate was when Denarian watched something small scuttle up Grecky's leg and disappear. And as Grecky started attacking the party, you became more and more aware that it seemed like Grecky was no longer there, and that the body was now just a husk that was being controlled by something else. The end of the combat did not really feel like a victory. Instead, Reaver and Eridrian burned what looked like sleeping Eladrin, who appeared to have chosen life as an Illithid, and Denarian started preparing a funeral pyre. While watching the body of his trusted companion and friend slowly being obscured by smoke, he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. His father, simply clad but with big, white, golden-tipped feathered wings, stood next to him and offered a second chance for Grecky. Denarian took this chance, but with some hesitation, inquiring what the cost would be. After performing a resurrection ritual, his father told Denarian that he might not be able to visit again after this. And with a big movement and swirl of the wings, he left as you, Denarian, felt Grecky take in a breath under your hands. And that is where we left off. What would you like to do?
It's as Denarian's father just... They're still together next to the pyre, correct?
So, the angelic figure?
Yeah.
Just left.
Oh, I didn't catch that. Oh, God, he just... Right.
Peace.
And Finn would like to go up to Denarian
Okay.
and just kind of like pat/rub him on the back and say, I will not even pretend to understand what you're feeling right now or what just went on. And I understand there's be a complicated series of emotions, but just understand I'm here for you as a friend and will help you in any way I can. And then just give him another like pat/rub on the back and go see what the other's up to.
Okay.
Denarian won't respond, but he acknowledged you.
Denarian, you look down and you see Grecky kind of open his eyes, do a big yawn, the proper like teeth bared, tongue out of mouth.
I'm gonna
Looks
give
up
him
at you.
squitches. Lots of
Looks
squitches.
up, and you see the tail slowly start to like as you scratch him, and he just kind of lies there.
Cool. I'm just gonna comfort Greggy.
Okay. Finn, walking over, you see Iridrian and Reaver kind of, as well as Nax, I believe, stand near the entrance of the building the brain was in. They just, like yourself, witnessed what was happening. You are on mute.
Can I also just do a patrol check? Because there were other buildings around, and I don't want there to be any surprises that pop out, or any of the. We didn't see the. Yeah, we saw the little thing at the very end. I want to take a look around to see if there's any more horrible abominations, little things, brains in jars, and things of that ilk.
You can go and roll a perception check.
Oh, yay!
Well, Finn's doing the kind of peripheral sweep. Reaver's like kind of shin deep in illithid remains, just like soaring through.
Oh, what a very shin deep. That is 29.
Okay,
There's
and
like 6 of them.
Reaver and Iridrian, if you're still there, you can make investigation checks if you wish. Finn, with your perception check, it is otherwise entirely abandoned in the nearby vicinity. You do see, as when you walked in, now being able to identify it, you see shriveled up brains with these small legs attached to them that look like they've long been dead. You see a creature that looks like it maybe once was a plant that had become maybe slightly more than a plant that had reached some form of sentience that had been then turned into a form of illithid. It has these weird vines sticking out of it, but at the same time this bulbous brain, this beak-like mouth, and it is lying on the floor a bit like a spider, like on its back, curled up, the fine tentacle amalgamation curled up around itself. It's entirely shriveled and dried out.
That's horrifying.
You got it.
Otherwise, you are alone. Reaver and Iridrian.
19.
21.
Okay. Between the two of you, as you may remember, a few of the illithid did use some more interesting techniques while fighting.
There was one that I gave a big hit and the hit didn't go through.
Yes. So, you find, I want to say 2.5 things of note. You find a sword that looks mundane, but definitely not of illithid make, let's put it that way. Iridrian, you would immediately recognize this as a sword that is of Eladrin make. It is very pretty, it is very scimitar-like, it is ever so slightly curved. It's got decoration around the hilt of small leaves made of gold thread. Again, it looks incredibly mundane, but it's also very pretty. You also, between the two of you, find what looks like almost, on one of them, a robe, an overcoat that is almost iridescent in color. When the light falls on it, you get that kind of rainbow pattern that shifts over it and moves with you as you move. That is remarkably unscathed, despite the fact that you have just set a lot of things on fire and then put swords through it. You also find what you know Eridrina is called a kaftan. It's a kind of rope that doesn't have any... it isn't taken in at the waist. It doesn't have any contours as such. It's quite square. And you're supposed to wear it with a very elaborate style of sash. And it comes with one of those. And this is what blocked your strike, Reaver. The sash that is attached to this rope, hanging from it is this very, very finely woven, lightweight piece of metal. You don't quite know what it is, but it's very, very finely interlocked chains, but you wouldn't describe it as chainmail. It's not as clunky for that.
It's a sash.
So it's a sash with a kind of, you'd compare it to a chain skirt almost. So there's a rope at the top, and then over it there's a sash that's attached to the rope, and hanging from that is an almost chain-like skirt.
Okay.
That's what you find.
Something ceremonial, and I hold up the sword.
Not ceremonial as such, I don't think. Just very fine craftsmanship. Certainly a bit better than a ceremonial weapon.
Well, looks as though they're not going to use these things anymore, so we should see if anybody is interested in these.
Absolutely.
I mean, before we go out, considering, I figure you have first choice here.
I'm not entirely sure that any of this dress is quite my style. And well, the swords I have at the moment are sentimental, to say the least.
Okay. See if anybody else is keen. See what they do. Don't want anybody to put something on and then turn into squid face.
Well, yes, there is that. Yeah. Hasn't Finn been training with a scimitar recently?
Yeah, I think so.
Might do him good to have a nice one of his own.
Very least a backup, just in case he forgets. We wander into another anti-magic field. Issues occur. It's always good to have a mundane version.
Absolutely. Although, if I have my way, I'd really rather not walk into any of those anti-magic fields again anytime soon, please.
Yeah. Let's go get cleaned off. I feel gross.
Yes, not exactly the welcome home reunion I was looking for.
I take it none of this area rings a bell to you.
At all. And even less than that, it doesn't... It just feels wrong. I don't know if that's... if those things have some kind of effect on their environment, but... it certainly doesn't feel like home.
Do you think the more will come here? I mean, why do you think they were coming here? I suppose we should go look, but on a scale of like, the first thing that we met here was a giant floating brain and squid face people. Is it going to get progressively worse the deeper we go into the Feywilde, or is it going to be getting lighter, or is it going to? Cause I assumed maybe at least some of this was going to be like fancy and pretty and fluffy. So far, all we've seen is body horror.
This is true. It's not exactly what I was expecting. You said you found the squid creatures in another place, right? Underground?
Yes. We kind of almost bypassed a hive. I think it was a hive of them. They seemed to be. They definitely looked a lot healthier when we fought them.
Well, maybe they just got trapped on the wrong side of the portal, in the same way that the poor pixies did underground.
But then, does that mean they came from where we were? You do wonder why these things would be anywhere near that portal.
Well, it's been a long time. They could have been there for any number of reasons.
I wonder if there's more ways to get in here. Like, to the spot, I mean. Also, I take it I'm assuming they starved because people here can just bamf away from them?
That's certainly the most comforting thought. I hope that's the reason. And not because they've run out of food sources.
Yeah. I was sort of trying to explain myself around that kind of thinking, but...
Well, we've come this far. We can't run away from hard truths anymore.
We seem to be going through a fair few of those recently, and it's getting a bit tedious.
At this point,
okay.
I'd like to join Viva and Iridian.
Ah, Nerian. How are you feeling?
So, what were those? What do you know about them? Where did they come from? Is that
Not
from all
here.
dead? Pardon?
They didn't come from here. But yes.
How do you know they didn't come from here? This is my first
'Cause I
experience of a
live here.
Fae.
This is my home.
Well, what if this place is a breeding ground for them? What if it all started here?
In my not insubstantial time wandering the regions of the Feywilde, I can assure you those things, however they ended up here, were not born here.
I mean, we've not had the best experience with your kind, and with where you've come from, and your queen, and now this.
Denarian, the only experience you've had with the Feywilde and its ilk is me. If you've got a problem with me, perhaps you should say so directly. I know you've had a bad day, but that's not the Feywilde's fault.
You're probably right. Well, I'm up for looking around here a little bit more. Maybe we can find some more of those.
I think they got...
What?
My working theory is that they got stuck here like everyone else. And judging by how far they went, I don't think they were very familiar to the area. I mean, we didn't see them on the way in. It wasn't until, I mean, there's a lot of deceased versions of them lying around and littering the ground. I think they would be a tad more, they'd be thriving a bit more if they were from here.
So, where are they from?
Well, we bumped into a bunch when we were, we bumped into, I can't remember how many we bumped into. One, and then there was a bunch talking in our head.
Regardless of where they come from, I think we are all agreed that if we encounter any more, we won't leave them alive.
Oh, yeah, agreed.
This is your homeland, Vivian. What do you think we should do?
Well, our original plan was to meet with my queen, and I feel that is the direction in which we should proceed. However, if we do encounter any disgusting, nasty, squid-faced beasts, then I perhaps say we take it to some recreational slaughter.
If your queen knows about this and didn't do anything, I'll kill her. Just want to let you know this.
Denarian.
Uh-huh.
I understand your frustration. However, I would encourage you to think upon your feelings before you act.
Okay, I owe you this. I'll think before I act. For you.
Thank you.
Finn.
At this point, Finn will come back and just say, "So, I've not seen any more of points to the squid people. But I did find vegetation that was mutated, nothing alive. But, Iridian, I can see that some of these things were originally... I can see that some of these things were originally elves of some variety. Could you possibly know if what I found was a mutation of a plant that grows here? Is that within your wheelhouse?
Really not much of a plantologist? What do you call somebody that studies plants?
That's a good question.
I might be able to tell you if it looks familiar, but...
Yes, we'll start with that. And I'll take Iridian off to the horrific plant I found that may or may not be dead, but I want to give it a poke with my sword just in case.
Okay. Iridian, you see this weird bulbous brain that has a combination of vines that have almost turned into tentacles. It does resemble something akin to maybe one sentient form of plant life, which is, I don't want to say normal, but I don't want to say weird or wild either. You could roll a nature check if you want.
Yes, please. That is a 14, actually.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
It is weirdly looking at it, the brain itself is very colorful in an unnatural way. And you do know of plants that have very colorful blooming flowers that have achieved a type of sentience. Is a bit of a too much of a compliment, so to say, but at the same time they have reached a state of being, if you will, that is more than just being a plant. It looks like this could have been one of those creatures, definitely. In which case, it met a very unfortunate fate.
Well, Finn, I can definitively tell you that it is not the kind of thing I would have in my garden. Beyond that, it looks like it might have gained some small amount of maybe some kind of awareness.
Hmm.
It's odd, whatever it is.
Oh,
But
that was never in question.
Completely. Yeah.
Well, if you can provide any further insights, that's which I've been grateful. Thank you very much. I'll click my fingers and I'll sacred flame the fucking corpse because that's disturbing and no one should have to see that.
It catches fire immediately, and there's a weird combination of the smell of very, very old rotting flesh as it burns and just wood.
I'll walk over into the center of the kind of clearing area with the assorted accoutrement that was just found, and I'll place it down on like a flat rock that doesn't have a brain on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just kind of like stab the trident into the ground next to it and just like sit down. Just wait. Take a minute.
Can I ask a quick question, DM? Can I use my testing rock to see if it can go back through the portal and then come back and not be destroyed?
Certainly.
Okay.
You can throw your rock through the portal.
And then it comes back and it's not split in half, or
Comes back, it's not split in half.
cool. Because I'd like to take one of my spare cloaks, my winter outfits, go back through the portal, and gather all the pixie and sprite corpses that are on the other side.
Okay. You go back through the portal.
And then bring them back through.
Okay.
While watching, is this in sight? Finn going through.
So yes, it's just Finn going through, but yeah, you can certainly see him go through the portal.
I would like to count while he's gone.
Okay.
I thought you were going to
Noted.
say counterspell there.
I'm just going to close the portal. Bye, Finn.
We're not.
I genuinely thought.
We're not connected via the thingy link anymore. Did it get dropped once it got invaded?
It'll dropped after time anyway.
Okay.
I've not restarted it yet because I was going to focus my attention, other than counting, on attuning the amulet of the plains and dropping my robe of absorption for now.
Alright. Sam.
I, as discussed, hid and sulked after regaining consciousness. But in my state of invisible sulking, I'm interested in the Eladrin that are in hibernation / in vats.
They are
what
ash.
happened? They are all dead now. Cool.
They
Um,
have been burned by Reaver and Eridrian.
Cool. I was in the room for that. Was
Yes.
there a clear? Did they come out of the pods, or did we never get to see their faces?
If one of them was partially visible, the pod was slightly windowed, if you will, and as the fire started to burn, one of them had a small something crawl out of its eyeball. Reaver immediately burnt a small something too. But otherwise, no, they've all just been burned, pod and all.
I was more interested in the features and nature of the Eladrin in question, but no insight on any of the identities of the people who came before us.
They are very ashen right now.
Thank you. That was all I wanted to know.
Okay. So you've all gathered in the clearing. You're waiting for Finn. You've counted until 10 minutes next. Nothing's happened so far. What would you guys like to do?
Continue sulking. No one has come for me yet.
Okay.
I'm just going to chill in the middle of the clearing until like the kind of like focal clearing point where everybody can see definitely where Reaver is from wherever vantage point you are.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to like sit my pack down and take out some rations and just start having a bit of a short rest while I wait on whatever the fuck Finn was doing.
Okay.
Seeing that Hilda isn't here, I'd like to go find them.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
9.
27.
You have no idea where they are.
Was a natural 20.
Can I get Greggy to search?
Certainly, Greki would have advantage on the perception check.
Should I re-roll again with advantage or just roll once?
No,
Say to
just
Greggy, come on, Hilda.
roll twice for Greki.
Do a separate search.
Which, by the way, Greki looks remarkably good considering what just happened in the last, hour or so.
Interesting. Cool. So 25.
Greki brings you inside the ruined building that has the remnants of the brain and the pods in it, and kind of sniffs on one spot on the ground.
There's blood there.
There's
A
blood
lot
there,
of it.
but doesn't seem to quite catch the trail from there.
Okay, I'll give him scriptures and go back to my own group.
Okay. Next, half an hour has passed. Finn, can I have a wisdom saving throw from you?
Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh
It's
dear.
an old age roll.
I am good at these though. I'm very good. This natural 18 plus 11, 29.
Okay. You have that starting to get familiar feeling of missing your step, and being suspended in that moment for some time. Before you step out of the portal, you start gathering the skulls that are there. Okay, you step back through?
Yep.
Okay. Noted.
Another wisdom or
Later.
Half an hour's passed. Next, so far nothing.
God.
Start making a campfire and start brewing some tea.
Okay.
Has anyone seen Sam?
I will dissolve out of the air, not far from Reaver.
Have you been waiting with? Is this like? Have you been waiting on perfect timing so that you?
I was waiting for someone to ask.
I mean, Greggy tried to find you.
I appreciate you looking, Denarian. Are you well?
Okay, I'm okay. I just wanted to thank you for what you tried to do back there, Hilda.
What exactly did I try and do back there?
You kept your composure under what must have been stressful for you.
Were we in the same battle? I was bleeding and drooling on the floor for 54 seconds. The battle was over, and I was still down for 24 seconds, and no one noticed.
Being in a situation like that is probably one of the most difficult and the bravest for you. It's easy to be a knight in shining armor and to defeat the hordes amongst you easily.
You're
But
attempting to
be-
inspire me.
No.
I'll not fall for it.
I'll try and aspire harder next time.
The effort was good.
Well, at the very least, with the So did Sam change to look like already happened, right? Tame
Yep,
the visage of an Eladrin.
Yes, hang on. Let me bring that in. There.
Yep. So
Picks a name. Damn. Oh well.
Noticing the new ears, there's some fashion here that you may be interested in, and it might make you feel a bit better. And Reaver holds up the shiny robe, the kind of robe with the chain skirt thing, and then the iridescent thing, and just starts shaking them. So one's jangling and one's going kind of like shiny in the light of the fire. Like,
Those look magical. They might actually increase my resilience and inability to be brain fucked.
I have no idea.
I'm in favor of experimenting,
But the
as you well know.
occupants are no longer in need of.
Nax, I see, is busy. Can anyone else cast the identification spell? There's only one other way to find out then. Can you re-describe the item of clothing? One was a sash,
well,
one was the...
Both are clothing. One is an overcoat. I mean, technically it falls under robe, but it looks like an overcoat. And it looks black in color, but as the light shines on it, it has this iridescent sheen, like the rainbow colors move over it. And as you move, the way that the light falls on it changes, and so the colors kind of like ripple over the fabric.
You didn't say it was black before. This changes everything.
It has
The
rainbow
other
highlights.
Garment, the kaftan. So it in itself is a robe, and over that is tied a sash with a chain skirt to it. But they are one piece. You cannot untie the sash from it.
I am the...
It looks greyish in colour, although there is very fine embroidery all over it. The thread itself of the embroidery is weirdly colourless.
To be honest, the iridescent sheen deeply speaks to me. But at the same time, the other sound also sounds very cool. And the rainbow outline cloak does come in black. Do you want to reconsider that, Reaver?
No, okay.
Okay.
I usually bring my own cloak, and like
It's
a
true.
couple of like black flames lick off his shoulders for 2 seconds.
I will, out of curiosity and in defiance of all common sense, begin attuning to the robe with a view to finding out what it does. And I will disattune from something. I will tell you what once I have selected.
Is it the rainbow sheen one?
Yes, the iridescent.
Ahead of time, I will, before Sam puts it on, I will touch Sam on the shoulder and cast protection from good and evil.
Okay.
Just in
I
case.
immediately catch fire and invert, as I am protected from myself on 2 extremes.
How would you like and try to attune to the garment?
I'm quite captivated by the... I'm going to go through all the senses, I think. I'm going to start with visual and just catching the light in different ways. Seeing how it responds under different lighting conditions, under shadows, so forth. Then going through just, I don't know, smelling it, maybe just like quick... and feeling the texture in particular, a lot of time on that, but not actually putting it on, just getting, like, almost doing an insight check on the artist behind it, if possible, like trying to get a sense for the intent in the craftsmanship.
While we were fighting it, which one did this come off of?
The one that produced this blinding light at one point.
Okay.
Is that the one that teleported and produced a blinding light?
I can't remember if that's the one that also teleported, but it could very
No worries.
well.
One seemed to face step and generate huge amounts of light.
Ooh, you can roll an intelligence check, but you cannot roll an insight check on the roll.
That's okay. I'm garbage at those. Intelligence. Do I get my jack of all trades? I do not. Let me manually add that. 16.
Okay. I mean, this is super magical. You don't need to be intelligent to be able to see that.
Thank God.
There's definitely something about the way that it catches the light and that it almost reflects outwards that draws your attention about it.
Okay.
In a weird way, sometimes you feel like, depending on how you move the fabric around as you're moving it, you feel like sometimes it catches the colors in such a way that it's almost a bit bright, and you have to avert your gaze a little bit, almost as if you're trying to look directly into the sun, for example.
Ooh.
That being said, you do not feel like the process that you're going through is attuning you to the item.
Cool, I put it on.
Okay. Put it on. Spend some time with it.
Yeah, just like it seems exactly. It seems very light oriented. So campfire is part light, part heat. Maybe with a view to that, I'll stand near the campfire and just fire bathe, like sunbathing, but with fire.
Okay.
The robe, perhaps. You look like you were about to take a breath to tell me that something was happening. So, by all means.
I was going to say carry on.
Damn. If that doesn't work, then my next, then it'll be actively trying to channel spells. So it would be my next experimental approach.
So, at this point, close to an hour has passed. Anyone who wishes to take a short rest can have the benefits, except for Finn.
Warlock.
Everyone else can take the benefits of a short rest. Finn has not returned yet at this point.
He's dead.
I'm going to continue calling you Sam until you introduce yourself under a different name.
Acceptable.
You, Sam, feel like after this time you're starting to gain some control over the way that the hues of color ripple over the robe.
I love it.
And the longer you spend time wearing it, the more that you feel like you can change this effect, make it more dazzling. And you do indeed start to become attuned to it.
Literally dazzling or figuratively dazzling? Both?
I was going to say kind of both, I suppose.
I'm here for that.
Send you over the item stats
Yeah.
as you attune to the rope.
Amazing. Once that process is done, I would just say to the group, because I remember Reaver calling me Sam, and that being wrong but not having the mental energy to correct him in that moment, be like, I was thinking of Sarion. It's got the nice Eon, and I like the Sai sound.
Nice to meet you, Syrion.
I mean, that's literally not what I said, but I understand that that's what my name has just been transformed into.
Nice to meet you, Syrion.
Syrian is fine.
So, how long ago did Finn go through the gateway? And just like, I kind of like having a chat, and then kind of like turning to look at the gateway and looking at Nax still staring at the gateway like.
Nax.
Max he started using coins to count out as well, so there's now a big pile of like copper pieces.
You're
just getting
sitting
bigger and bigger.
An hour and maybe 15 minutes at this point.
Well, I got to the stage where I ran out of copper pieces and started using silver pieces for 10-minute increments rather than minutely increments, and we're moving up towards the point where I might start thinking about using gold pieces now for counting the time he's been away.
around the time that an hour passes and I'm attuned and he's still not back, I will move to go find him and be like, we've split the party, he's probably been eaten by now. Shall we go get the bones and the magic items?
My suspicions are he's not been gone very long as far as he's concerned. We'll see when he returns.
I glance at Eridrian and say, I thought you said that was unlikely to happen.
No. I implied it would be unlikely to happen if we took the appropriate measures and sought the appropriate help.
Wait.
She did.
Yeah. It was like a specific, let's ask before we go.
And we did. And we were told it wasn't likely to happen.
No. It's in like, we were supposed to ask before we went back. That's kind of part of the thing that we were talking with Eritrean, right?
Almost like I wasn't expecting the party to wander off.
Why on earth would you not expect that at this stage in our relationship?
Sadly, I have a little more faith in you than I think perhaps you deserve.
Is that collectively or individually? Because
Yes.
we are all here.
On a scale of like minutes to days, what are we talking here? Is there like a, or is it just random as fuck?
When you say days, how many?
100.
Like, is there any water here?
I can literally summon a mansion,
No. Isn't
a magical boat with infinite amounts of food and water. We're fine.
We are fine.
Yes. Finn is probably dead.
Not dead. I'm sure he's perfectly capable of finding food and water.
Are you?
Am I? It's Finn.
Are you sure?
Oh, mostly.
I look around the party, and then look back to like Sam, being like, so what's worrying is if it does come down to time, the one who has most to lose is the one in the portal.
I was just thinking that he is the shortest lived of all of us.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss him.
It certainly could be as short as days, I think. Mostly.
Shall we go find him or shall we wait here?
What if it's years? Wait.
What?
So I
If it-
tried to look at the star. It's not. What time of day is it? It's always day, isn't it? Can I look up?
Looking at the sun, it looks like it's 5 in the afternoon-ish. Like that kind of, the sun is just starting to go a little bit lower. Judging by the temperature, that is 5 in the afternoon-ish in late summer.
I see.
And what season was it when we left?
Midwinter.
Either we've traveled a far distance, or it's a whole season changed.
We're on a different world. We have traveled incredibly far.
Wait, what do you mean by different world? Like, the same place that we went to when we went to the maze? That kind of different world?
That
Absolutely
level
not.
of separation, but not that same flavour of horrible
Evidrian,
torture.
I respect that this is your home town place, but so far this has been equally horrible to the maze.
I'm going to be
From
absolutely
now
honest.
on,
Each time we
it
have
is-
left the prime material plane, Grecki has nearly died.
I
Not just
just like,
Grecki, all
I
of
just
us.
like elbow Sam.
The rest of us are less important.
On the plus side, an angel has saved the day on both occasions.
Yeah, we're going to have to go save that angel now. Do you
it's
know his
not
name?
already too late. Evidrian, what you could do to bolster my mood is find a tea. So the maze had no trees and thus had no leaves. But if this
then
place
is
has-
already infinitely better.
Then I would appreciate this place a lot more if I found a leaf.
The Feywilde is full of trees and leaves that I'm sure you could make wonderful tea from.
Before we do that here, though, remember that the trees and plants were also turning into brains. Just a caveat there. Just
We wandered into the glade of forgetfulness again. I feel like there's something perhaps a little bit more important than tea.
What, Finn?
Oh yes.
Finding every single mind flayer on possible known universe and destroying and killing them all.
I think that should be a bonus objective, not our primary goal. Because then we would be distracted from doing a lot of good to help people.
I would like to have a
Max.
chat.
You're about to put down another gold coin when you see a brief flash of light and a rippling of this very water resembling surface as Finn steps through carrying arms full of bones.
Oh my god, Finn! It's been so long!
Don't look a minute older.
I look around.
How long you been gone?
It must have been at least a month by now.
What are you talking about?
Did you not listen to Eridrian when he said that time moves differently inside the Feywilde?
I thought that wasn't very likely to happen.
No, he implied it wasn't very likely to happen.
It wasn't likely to happen if we sought help. Not if you wander off by
You-
yourself
but
and
you
leave us
are the
alone for a
help.
month. Excuse me?
You're from here! How long
Yeah, I
has it
think-
been?
To clarify, he means you are the reinforcements, not the servant.
Oh,
When he says that you're the help.
yes, that's what I meant.
I understand that you might have insecurities in that way that led you to leap to that conclusion, but that's not how he sees you.
also we've
Ben?
been here 2 weeks then.
I forgive that your social skills might have degraded over such a long time alone. But
I can't keep this up. Finn, we're fucking with you. It's been an hour.
Still, that... Okay, first of all, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Second... Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, no, just that was second. That I was there for a couple minutes. I somehow feel that this is something that is exploitable in the worst possible way, and I'm just sealing off that part of my mind that is even entertaining thinking about. Anyways,
What would you do with the time?
I don't know. That's the problem. I'm not smart enough to think of a thing that would be relevant for it.
Come up with an idea, then come talk to Eridrian. He loves coming up with new business ventures.
accurate.
I mean, you could age wine really quickly.
There's one.
Finn just immediately looks at Richmond and goes,
That might be the most beautiful thing I've ever heard.
I thought your own name was the most beautiful thing you ever heard.
He can't make up his mind.
Depends who's saying it.
Originally, I have the denizens of the Feywilde who didn't make it back, and I was wondering, do you have an appropriate burial ceremony involved, or know the rites? If not, I will just do a generic one, but I just thought, well, now that they can come home, they should.
DM. Are there, like, religious rituals in the Feywilde?
Of course, but do you know the rituals customary among pixies? Ooh.
Most definitely not.
I was going to say, you can roll me an intelligence check if you want, to see if you maybe have heard of them passing.
I will try. No, I haven't. That's a 7.
You do know that a lot of rituals involve going back to nature in one way or another. Very much kind of a la circle of life. Now, you would also know that for some denizens of the Feywilde, that is taken to some more extreme levels than for others. So there's varying ways in which one can return to nature. But what pixies specifically do?
There are rituals, but I'm afraid I don't really know the details of them.
Okay. I'll just do a generic one then. But I'll just, if everyone doesn't mind, I'll just take 2 actual minutes, not my 2 minutes. That apparently means an hour. Finn kind of is like looking to like you can kind of tell there's a lot going on. Just like and just going to start making not just one big hole, but like if he can identify how many bodies there were for him because of how many skulls there were, dig like an individual grave as much as possible, because a mass grave is not a good thing that he wants to make.
There are maybe a dozen or so.
Okay, that's fine. That's very manageable.
At least. You don't know whether there's maybe more of which are missing the skulls or other parts, but...
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'll dig a dozen holes then, and bury the remains.
Okay.
Rudrin,
Riva?
goals here. It sounded like there was a gold rush almost to get here.
That's what I'd heard, but whether here is here or not here is another question.
So what do you think people are after here? So much so that they sent scouts ahead from all different walks.
I'm not so sure if it's here or the other side of here. I know there are many factions converging from the Feywilde, but I'm not sure if their goal is this side of the portal or the other one.
Not much left on the other side. Unless they're really into dwarves.
Well, it's never easy to guess the motives of some of the more inscrutable members of the Fae.
What's our next step?
Well, I'd like to find my lady. Tatiana says she had a gift for me and be loath to leave it without seeing what it is. Also,
I think the key is that we do whatever we're going to do here quickly, because we're spending much more time here than we would be on the material plane.
I think it's the other way around. We're not wasting time. It's going
We-
so.
We have lived much more time than Finn lived by transporting back to the material plane.
So,
Which is
Ergo,
good if.
we'll have aged more.
so
We've still only aged at the rate of 1 second a second. If we're not, the world isn't advancing into a unexpected magical revelation without us because it's going so slowly.
No, but for us who are fortunate enough to live long lives, it's less of an issue. But for those who have short lives, it's going to be more of an issue if they have spent, couple of hours, an hour of life for every minute they have on the material plane.
Oh, I
So
see.
they've
So
lived,
you're suggesting we're aging faster whilst we're here.
yes.
That is a concern.
Effectively, when we return, yes. We'll have lived, 60, 100 times as much as you would have if we'd been on the material plane.
I look at Finn's beard. Is it
Can you see
growing?
grey hairs?
Well, is it growing at an accelerated rate that would suggest that our relative aging process is sped up?
Is it-
Even
Or is it just the skipping between here and there that takes it?
yeah, like, are we aging at the rate of the material plane, or are we aging at local time?
You don't see visible grey hairs appear in his beard.
Okay, but he is now desiccated, grey-haired, and hunched.
Oh, absolutely.
I
course.
I feel like what could happen is what you just said, though. We go back and so much time has passed that
The time has passed here, but it doesn't seem to have passed back there.
That's honestly, I'd much rather it be that way around. Because I don't want to miss 100 years on the other side.
It would certainly explain why our friends here had seemed to have been living their new lives for so long.
Quite so.
so we should not probably jump back and forward while we're doing this.
I'd
Well,
say
if we don't do it together, we'll be waiting a while.
Yeah.
And a lot could happen here while we do that.
Next, as you say that, can I get
A lot
confirmation, please?
ooh, a Discord message.
She's rolled a natural 20, so the air is going to be
no.
super fresh. Our food is going to taste super good because there's nothing in the area. Because Finn walked around the area and did a peripheral sweep hours ago. Fuck.
Next, you take 23 points of piercing damage as you are, while sitting down, suddenly get the feeling of a blade being shoved between your ribs in the back. All of you see next, and there's a weird shimmering of air behind him, but otherwise you see absolutely nothing. And I would like everyone to roll initiative, please.
Fuck, we're back in it. Oh fuck, I didn't get a short rest.
Do I have a sense of where that came from?
It's still in your
Right
bag.
behind you. It's still in your bag right now.
I'm going to react in a very typical style of a tiefling, and I'm going to hellishly rebuke towards that
You
direction.
were surprised, so you do not get a reaction.
Oh, do you get a
Unfortunately.
reaction?
No, it got a
Sorry.
surprise bounce in technical terms.
That's poop.
Oh my god.
Let
Is-
me just get the battle map.
Are you doing this to us
Oh,
because
I'll
we
do this
never
one
used
easy.
enough of the battle map previously? Is this why this is happening?
No.
Because we dithered.
Yeah, that was our mistake. We never should have dithered.
Okay. Can I have initiative rolls, please? 1 second above 20. Anyone?
21.
Okay. 19
Seeing
to
everybody's roll.
15.
15.
16.
Okay. 15 Iridrian. 15 to 10. I just forgot how
11.
numbers worked. Sorry. 11 Denarian. And I am missing Finn and Nax.
9.
Okay, Nax.
Max was caught completely off guard, and 4.
Okay. So, all of you see a shimmering of air, and you see Nax suddenly go, oh, as if something catches him in the back, and then the kind of, as it lets go. He looks like he's in pain. Reaver, you're up first. What do you wish to do?
Looking around, do I see anyone around?
You see absolutely nothing. You saw like a shimmering of air behind Nax, but right now, you see nothing.
Reaver's like under his breath is just gonna be like, I see more than this, and I'm gonna cast True Seeing.
Okay.
So
Oh.
the pupils dilate into kind of like small kind of cross stars, now see things that are invisible.
You, no one else, just you, see standing maybe 15 feet behind Nax this spectral figure. It looks, despite the fact that it's spectral, it doesn't look ghostly. It looks very much like a formless humanoid.
Okay.
There's two things that stand out. Instead of hands, it appears to have these, well, bladed tips to its arms.
Oh, nice.
It's made of this weird same spectral matter, but you can imagine that that's what got Nax in the back. And you also see this strange, to you specifically, what looks like a shimmering collar almost around its neck.
I am going to move basically almost like in a straight line to be next to Nax.
Okay, so it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to get next to him.
25. Yeah.
Yep.
So just straight line towards Nax.
Okay.
And then right next. And I am going to look around frantically as if I can't see what I'm looking at.
Okay. Roll me a deception check.
Skills. Deception. 26.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to do for your bonus action?
No, because I've already cast a spell.
Okay. In that case, it is now this strange creature's turn. You see it again move towards Nax.
And it enters my area and I get a swipe at it.
Yes, you do.
Oh, yeah. Or part of his master plan.
You activate my trap card.
Because it assumed I couldn't see it, do I get advantage?
Is this Reaver's counter surprise round?
I mean, technically it's in combat, so it is not surprise as such, but sure, because if you're going by hidden rules, yes, it doesn't expect you attacking it.
Sick. Benevolent DM. 24 to hit.
Yes, definitely hits.
Okay, sick. Four. D&D Beyond's loading. 12 points of stabbing damage.
Okay, and I presume that this is magical.
Oh, very magical.
Okay.
In fact, I've doubled down on the magical.
Okay.
It's my summoned weapon, and it's also a hyper magical trident.
While you do attack it, it almost seems to ignore you entirely. And you see it go with this unnatural speed, just like for Nax's back. Which is strangely difficult to say. Nax's back.
The back of Nax.
The back of Nax. The first attack is a 23 to hit Nax. And the second... God damn it. I need new dice. The second's a natural 1.
Hey.
So you only take 8 points of piercing damage.
And I've not been able to see this creature, just to confirm.
No.
Cool.
It realizes... It does seem to have enough intelligence to realize that, Reaver, you are aware of it, so it is going to remain in place. Syrian.
Can I react to it this time?
Yes, now you can react, absolutely. Do you need to
I'm
be
going
able to
to-
see the creature that you're hellish rebuking?
It doesn't I have to be able to point my finger at it. I would like to point my finger in the direction I got hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Is that a dex save on its part?
Yes.
Oh, that's not really high. That is a 12.
That would be a fail.
Okay.
So it takes 10 damage.
And what
10
kind of damage
fiery
is that?
damage.
Okay. As all of you hear for a moment this piercing wail, just screeching sound coming from behind Nags, as you, for a brief second, see this humanoid shape outlined in flames behind Nax.
Oof.
And then when the flames go, it appears entirely just empty again, like empty space. Okay.
Syrian?
Syrian.
Cool. I run over to Nax and cast Greater Invisibility on him.
Oh, so
Ooh.
you are already next to Nax. You are right here with
Perfect.
the blue
I just
tag.
put my hand on my shoulder, cast Greater Invisibility. As a bonus action, I just say, fuck him up.
Power
and
move.
inspire him.
Okay. Is that your turn?
What else do I need to do?
Yeah.
Reaver
Everybody
can
in.
see him. Nax is about to carpet bomb the area. Fine.
I mean,
That's the way this is going to go.
You take 2 steps back.
You are
Oh
over
yeah,
here.
that's true. I take 2 steps back, Mercer, if you don't mind. Away
Which
from Nax.
general direction is that? Away from Nax.
Yes.
Do you want to go into the eastern direction this way?
Judging by the post-it note that your hand is perfectly covered, yes. East, thank you. 2 steps east.
Next to Denarian. Eredrian. And Denarian, you're up next.
Cool. Me now.
Well, if that's the way it's going to go, I cast Greater Invisibility on myself.
Okay.
Teleport it!
You two grasp greater invisibility.
You should cast it on Nax.
I'm the orange one, right?
You are over there.
Yeah, cool. That is the right
Yeah.
one. Can I get somewhat between my party and where I think the monster is?
Where do you think the monster is?
You did just see it an instant ago, but it might have
Yes.
moved since then.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go?
I guess a knight's move towards it. So 2 squares west, 1 square north. Yeah, that one.
Love the description. Perfect. Okay.
Can I use my bonus action? I haven't done this in a while. So my roguish archetype lets me use my bonus action to help.
Yes, indeed. So you could, like, try and distract it, for example, to make sure that it's more open to attacks for whoever
Yeah.
next attacks it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to kind of try and knock it off balance if I can when
Okay,
someone
yeah.
goes to attack it.
Using the help action. Perfect.
Yeah.
So you kind of, like, elbow into the general direction where you think it is. Denarian, you are over here next to Greki.
Cool. And Nax is.
Nax is over here.
What?
Although Nax is invisible right now.
But Nax was there.
Yes.
Cool. I am going to look at Greki, tell him to stay. And then I am
Okay.
going to run over to where Nax was.
Mm-hmm.
probably bump into him and cast a healing spirit, of which a
Okay.
frog will jump out of my palms. I'm wanting it to kind of jump onto where Nax was.
Okay. So
Here, have a frog.
Nax, you have this weird sensation of a spectral frog doing the kind of jump on you, and like, you know how frogs kind of clumsily stick onto something, it just sticks onto your shoulder. Does it heal someone the moment it moves onto them?
It does, yes. I will do that at the end of my turn. For my actual action, can I take the dodge action?
Certainly.
And then I'm just going to stand where Nax was, prepared to be attacked.
Yeah, you did bump into him, indeed. Which
Cool. Then
indicates
I will just take the dodge action.
where to go to
And
first.
healing.
Okay.
You get some out of healing.
You roll your healing dice, Finn. And Nax,
Cool.
you are up after Finn.
So the party's Nax is invisible, Iridrian's invisible. Okay, so they're not there. All
You
I
were
see is
there.
Reaver and then space in front of him. So I have no indication that he's there. That the creature is there. Sorry. Even though it lit up on fire, I technically, for all intents and purposes, don't know where it is, and I can't see it.
Yes.
Cool. And I can't see Nax, so I can't do that. I'm going to do something I don't think I've done in a very, very long time. I'll go up to next to Reaver. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 squares west.
Yep.
And I will cast Destroy Undead Channel Divinity.
Ooh, okay.
Oh.
Because,
You
yeah.
call upon the power of life itself. You want anything that is unnatural out of existence, and you have the feeling that there's nothing there.
Fair. It was good. It was a fair shout.
Certainly.
With that, I will then use my bonus action, 2nd level. 4th level, spiritual weapon.
Okay, where do you wish to put your spiritual weapon?
I would like to move me 1 more square west,
Yep.
and I'd call it down in front of me, but someone's there, but I don't know that, so I guess I kind of go, and then just like, whoop, I just would go to the side
Goes
of
to
that
the
person.
next available space. Yes,
Yeah,
it is there.
perfect. Thank you, and that'll be my turn.
Okay, next.
Yeah, 8 points of healing at the start of your turn next.
There we go. Cool. 8 points of healing. Thank you very much, magical frog creature. Cool. I'm going to assume that the enemy is still in the place where I hellish rebuked it a second ago.
Okay.
And due to the style of spells I've got prepared right now, clearly the most appropriate action to take is to cast a lightning bolt straight in that direction,
Nice.
you know, right through the middle of it. And at 4th level. So
Is
that'd
that
be
a
a
safe?
dex. Yeah.
Alright.
And because this is greater invisibility, you do not become visible.
It rolls a not natural 20 on the save.
Saves that.
Damage
So
is still
we'll
half
take
damage.
half as much. So it'll take 15 damage, half of 30.
Okay.
And I would like to move. Let's go for Knight's move as well. Let's continue the theme. So 2 up, 1 away from your hand. So
Not
Is that this way?
yeah, 2
Yes.
that way, and then 1, yeah, like that. Where you're pointing, I think it's a bit blurry on my screen, but yes.
looks like 1 east.
That
There
is
we go.
correct.
Is that the move you were suggesting?
It is indeed.
Okay. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
All right. Reaver, you saw this flash of lightning go through it. You're up.
Okay. It's funny because looking at Nax and looking at Iridrian, because I can see them still.
Yes.
I will get round the back of it, kind of flank with.
Going to be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Flanking with Iridrian.
And then, did you say it had like was there like a collar that was like glinting or shining or something like that?
Yeah. Specifically to you, it looks like you can almost see this collar around its neck.
Can I try and slice it like at the collar rather than?
You can certainly try, but obviously it will be more difficult to hit.
Yes. You are correct. Okay. 'Em. In fact, can I just like grab it?
Can certainly try.
Like, can I try and reach out and just grab the collar?
The collar specifically.
Yeah. So like try and grab the collar to like.
Okay. That I would still make you roll an attack roll for that because you're trying to grab something very specific rather than grappling the creature.
Okay. Uh, 25.
Okay. AC you had to break was 24 for the collar.
Sick.
So
Oh, fuck.
as you grab out, it feels like your hand passes through air as if there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And you have this weird sensation of your hand going through the creature until you reach this collar. And although it's invisible and it doesn't feel entirely substantial, it feels like you're holding on to something. It's a bit, you know, when you're holding two magnets on the same side
Right, yeah.
towards each other and you feel that resistance. It's as if you're grabbing onto that feeling. You
Okay.
have it. By the collar.
Right. Can I try and break it? Does it feel like something that I could break?
I mean, you can certainly try. Do you want to break it by physical? How do you wish to break it?
Weirdly, could while holding it in my hand, can I cast protection from evil and good on it?
Technically, grappling is an action.
Oh, is this the right? Okay, never mind. In which case, I will just bonus action X this thing.
Okay, noted. It weirdly, while you are holding it, you see its form move inside the collar that you're holding. Although it's attached to it, it doesn't seem to be like specifically attached to a part of the skin, so it is turning around within it.
Okay.
And you can see it focus on where you know where Nax is, despite Nax being invisible.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
However, it also can't get there right now because you have it grappled. So it is going to try and break out of your grapple using an acrobatics check.
And that's against my...
Against your strength, athletics, or... no, just strength athletics for the grapple check.
Athletics, yes,
Yes.
please.
Judging by the sound you just made, It's not getting out with a 9, is it?
No, 21.
Okay. You see it like... It feels like you're holding a cat that's trying to wrangle itself free. It's weirdly tugging at your hand, and you just hold on, unmoving. Unfortunately for it, that's its action. Syrian, you kind of no idea what's happening. You just see Reaver hold on to air as far as you're aware, although you can see his hand move as if he's holding on to something.
Honestly, that really is all I need to know. So I can't quite move as far as I would need to move to safely do that.
You're there.
What I will do, though, is... let me just check the spell script. Do I need to see that you can see? Okay, cool. I will instead then drop on a concentrating. Can't do that. Synaptic, static, no concentration. Cool. Choose a point within range and cause a psychic energy to explode there. Cool. 24 radius sphere. I would like to pick a point that is 25 feet away from Reaver, west, so that everything up to his hand, but not his face, gets hit by the synaptic static effect.
I'm not sure you can do that, considering it is being flanked by both Reaver and Aridrian. Even if you were to put it just to the side, it would always just catch the both of them.
Can I clarify which direction, northwest, south, east, south is, or diagonal, is Reaver's hand relative to his body?
So Reaver's here.
I'm north.
Ah.
And
Okay, yeah,
Aridrian's
okay.
here.
That's
And
fine.
Reaver
I
is
misunderstood the map.
facing in between them. Very visibly
Cool,
so.
cool.
Hex
So-
is giving it disadvantage on dex checks. For it.
Ideal. I say to Reaver, steel yourself. This might hurt. This will hurt. And I inspire him.
You inspire
okay.
him.
I inspire Reaver. Then I drop synaptic static so that
Okay.
and
Nice.
the creature.
And yeah, you can certainly get both of them and avoid Aridrian.
Excellent. Can I get intelligence saving throws from both of them?
Oh.
Intelligence. A creature with an intelligence score of 2 or lower can't be affected by this spell.
It does have an intelligence score.
That's
You're a big
a
rescue.
relief.
You don't resist.
What are like the worst case scenarios of this spell?
It'll fuck with concentration, but I don't believe you're concentrating on a spell.
It
I'm
rolls
concentrating on hex.
10.
Oh,
10.
19. I'm fine. 19.
You are fine. You don't even need to inspire yourself.
Okay.
After a failed save, the target has muddled thoughts for 1 minute. During that time, it rolls a d6 and subtracts the number rolled from all its attack rolls
Okay.
and ability checks, as well as its constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. The target can make
Okay.
an intelligence saving throw at the end of each turn, ending the effect on itself on a success.
That's
And
well.
it takes 8d6 psychic damage 8d6?
And I presume it's half
Yep.
as much on a successful save.
Half for Reaver, exactly. So
Go ahead and
Great.
roll.
You're fine.
Also, like the negative effects of that spell are slightly more than just you'll have trouble with concentration checks.
Honestly, I had indeed forgotten that it was actually useful if it wasn't a caster, so I apologize. 32 psychic damage to the thing, and I believe that's 16 to Reaver.
Okay.
Dude.
Reaver, you see it impact, although it is difficult to see how much damage this creature has taken.
Ooh, psychic damage, did you say?
Yes.
I did say.
I am currently resistant to psychic damage.
Oh shit!
Almost like I
then
prepared
it is
for
half
this.
of 32, which is 16, half of that, which is 8.
8. Ideal.
Amazing.
Nice. Is there
And,
anything else you wish to do, Syrian?
Sarian just thinks to himself, phew, still got it.
Okay. Himself?
Yeah, himself.
Okay. Eridrian. It is up to you.
I have no idea. I would like to swing my sword wildly in the direction of the last place I saw other people attack.
So you can see Reaver hold the air right in front of you. So you have an approximate idea.
I'll try.
Because
Is that...
you are invisible, your disadvantage is cancelled by your advantage.
Amazing. Then I will take 2 swipes.
Okay.
No, I won't. I will take... Yeah, no, I'll take 2 swipes.
Okay. Just for a note.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, is it bad?
Yeah, no, I rolled a 2 and a 4.
Oh,
How much
buddy.
does that add up to?
So I do actually have a +10 to hit. So +12 and +14.
Your second
14
swipe
to hit.
hits.
Amazing.
Do note, however, that because technically you technically have disadvantage, so you do not get sneak attack. Your disadvantage is cancelled by having advantage as far as the rolls are concerned, but for sneak attack purposes, you still have that disadvantage.
But it is there is another ally within 5 feet of it that can see
You
it.
never
So
get sneak attack if you have disadvantage.
I see. Of course.
Okay.
Apologies and thank you.
That is 5 points of stacking damage.
Okay. As your first swipe goes wide and the second one, you feel a little bit of resistance as you're swiping through thin air.
Okay.
Anything else?
That second attack wasn't magical
Okay.
because it was my offhand, which is my Winter Scimitar.
Noted. In which
That's
case,
the end of my turn.
Denarian.
Yes. Could I have noticed Eredrian hitting? So when he swung out madly and one of them hit,
I am currently invisible.
then I could not have noticed him swing.
No, but
And
you
nobody
can
else is...
still see Reaver
I am holding it.
doing this.
Oh, you know, that'll be a giveaway. You know, I think probably holding the evil person, I'm going to bring out my short sword and just dab midair below his hand.
This entire time I've just
Okay.
been holding invisible knacks. I'm like, what are you doing?
Make an attack roll at disadvantage since you cannot technically see it.
I totally know where it is. That is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Doing not that. For 10 points of damage.
Is that magical?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't cast Hunter's Mark because I can't see what I'm hitting, so I will just continue to attack. My second attack hopefully hits for a 14.
Also hits.
Nice. That will do 6 points of damage.
Nice.
Okay.
Then I'll just use my bonus action to move Froggy to where I am.
Okay. You move. Interestingly, the frog is still there. Because
Okay.
Nax was there earlier, but then Nax moved.
I'm gonna just guess where next moved. Frog, jump. It's going to jump adjacent to the enemy. There's an empty square next to where the invisible guy is.
Roll me a d6.
Four.
Okay. Eredrian, the spectral frog, lands on you and heals you if you're still missing any hit points. For how much
And
you
you're
missing
not, but thanks anyway.
Okay, you're
Then
not.
then it will not heal you.
Alright, is that your turn?
That is all. That's my turn.
Okay, Finn.
Cool. I'm kind of seeing like the schoolyard beat up crew just kind of gathering around this one space. Can I go west, northwest, north, and then east? Basically around
West, north, west, north.
north, east. and then east. Sorry.
Yes.
So be basically where it is. But,
Yes.
And Weaver's kind of like Kentucky Derby wrangling this thing. Could I attempt to slash at it?
Certainly.
I would like to use my scimitar smiting and cast Booming Blade and see if I hit. That's 13 plus 8. That's 21.
That will hit.
Yeah. So, quick question: is it an undead or a fiend?
Considering that your destroy undead earlier didn't work, no, but it is also not a fiend.
Perfect. Wanted to just double check. So it doesn't take additional radiant damage. It takes lots of things. It takes 5 points of regular damage, 6 points of radiant damage because of my cleric feature that I never use because I never have to hit things, and then 8 points of thunder damage. And is, if I can read this right, because reading is hard. Just need school kids. There is a shimmering field around the target that, if it moves, will cause a booming effect, and it'll take additional damage. But it does mention that there is a booming energy around the target. I don't know if that's if that
trying to
actually
give it an outline.
manifests.
I
or if
shall
that's just
double check
later.
this.
Yeah, becomes sheathed in booming energy until the start of your next turn.
Booming energy? What is the...
Yeah,
could you read out the exact wording?
I did. It's sheathed in booming energy
Force
until the
damage.
start of your next
Booming energy. Okay, what is the damage type?
turn. Thunder.
Okay. In that case, unfortunately, it does not have an outline. I'm sorry.
That's absolutely fair enough. Gotta try.
Good
these
effort,
things.
though.
Could I use my bonus action to please spiritual weapon it?
Yes. Remember to roll at disadvantage? Go for it.
At disadvantage. Cool. Oh, that was a natural 20. But at disadvantage, that's a 5 plus. Fuck it. 9. That's 14.
14 just hits.
Oh, fuck yes. I mean, yes. That's 12 plus 5 is 17 points of force damage.
Okay. As you, Eridrian, invisibly see this massive claw barely pass by your head as it rakes through the air where Reaver is holding something. Next, it is your go. You are over here, and it is surrounded.
I am going to step behind. Is that Daenerys nearest me?
This one.
Yeah.
Is Daenerys? Yeah.
I'm going to stand behind him.
Okay.
I'm going to whisper, "Sorry, Daenerys, but you won't feel a thing." And I'm going to send a lightning bolt straight through, and sculpt it around Daenerys and Thindle.
Fair enough.
So it'll look like Daenerys just got a big lightning bolt just coming out the middle of him.
Well, it rolls a 12 on the save, so I presume it fills again.
Correct.
Oh, if you hit me, that actually would be
And that's a 33 for
Okay.
damage.
As Daenerys, you look down, and on either side of you, blindingly bright, you see this lightning just strike past you. You feel your hair do the kind of like as it passes through thin air. Finn, you have a similar experience. Next, how do you wish to finish off your killer?
Yes.
Ooh. Can it just kind of flash and then just kind of, I don't know what kind of form it has yet, but if it's anyway physical, just kind of flash and then drop, or if it's not, then it's kind of just a flash and a poof. Just...
For a moment, all of you see this humanoid form that is being held by Reaver, and Reaver, you feel an absolute tingling through the fingers. As you're holding on to it, you all see it's weirdly like as if the muscles that it has are tensing up. You see these long bladed arms, no hands, before it just vanishes from existence. And as it does so, Nax, you hear in your head, very quietly, "Don't worry, more will come."
Next time I'll be ready.
No response to that. You are out of initiative.
Ooh. I would like to take the first response. I take off the ring of the blinding eye, the God King's anti-scrying and divination ring, and hand it to Nax.
Okay.
It seems that you are the one being pursued by harmful entities rather than me this time.
Does this require me to attune it?
Alas, it does.
Then I'll swap you the Amulet of Planes.
Oh, that's a surprisingly thoughtful gift, and I thank you for it.
I'm not willing to unattune my other two items.
Understandable. I don't know what they are, but just knowing context, they are frightening and powerful. Much like their wielder. Now,
What am I
I
holding?
think we should address the most important question before us immediately. There's another magic item over there that no one has figured out what it does yet.
Reaver, you are holding nothing anymore. It is as if whatever it was has gone up with its wearer.
Ah.
I meant the other piece of clothing from the
I know.
encounter.
Yeah.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
They had a collar on. Some sort of like shackle or something. I don't think it was here of its own free will.
We should try and save the next one then.
It's hard when we can't see where they are.
What was it? Was it human? Elf?
Oh no, it was some sort of. I'm guessing from some sort of weird plane, or it could have been Fae. I don't know. Do many things here have sickles for hands? Is that a big feature in the Fae? And I turn to invisible Eridrian.
You can see it, Reaver.
Yeah.
Drop
see
my.
it.
I'll drop the
Oh.
spell. Short answer, no.
You can't drop your spell. I keep Eridrian invisible.
What?
I've kept you you're invisible by my will, not
No.
your own.
No, you
Nax.
invisibility Nax.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah.
Heartbreak. Nax is still invisible, which made our exchanging of magic items really awkward.
You were just holding it out
Overstep
and
your
then.
bounds, Arian.
I missed
I
that.
become invisible when I say so.
I thought you were teleporting. My mistake.
I can do both.
Okay, so sickle hands, not a good feature here. Okay. Nax, are you okay?
This, yeah. I think I'm being followed wherever I am.
Rupees. Congratulations, you're famous.
I place a hand on Nax's shoulder and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Ben,
So
you are
sorry.
in service to life, the embodiment of light and such and so forth. Reaver is a servant of death, the darkness, and decay, and all those wonderful good things, and they exist in perfect balance with each other, as is the way. You should inquire about the ability to see with incredible seeing eyes, because it's a theme in this party.
21. points of healing.
That sorts me out quite nicely, thank you.
Ooh, I could have just cast it at first. Never mind. Yeah, 21. Good.
Wait, at first level cure wounds, you got 21.
No, I forgot I could cast it at first level because I have cleric spells as
right.
well. So I was like, oh yeah, 5th level, that's fine.
Finn was just really questioning his choice of healing there for a second. Oh.
Nah.
Wait, has Finn been present when Syrian has introduced himself as Syrian?
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay, cool. Well, Syrian, like, I will... But, I think it's maybe something I'll get late. I think if we maybe focused too much on a martial way, I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'll think on it. In the meantime,
Excellent
who's
idea.
hurt? Who's still hurt in the party?
It was just Nax and Reavers just patched up the worst of that.
Okay. Well, Nax, so if you're still needing a little top up, I've got something that's especially for that. But if you're okay, then you're okay. I won't.
I'm at my
enforce healing on
regular, fully invigorized form. Not quite your enhanced version that you often supply on a daily basis.
Well, I'd like to avoid any surprises. So I'll top you up into that little enhanced section, as I'll use Touch of Life, and instead of the kind of usual healing, kind of like soft glow, this one I just kind of put a hand out and the wounds just start stitching themselves back together. Of the kind of like accelerating your body's own healing process.
That's cool.
You regain 10 hit points.
Sarion watches the casting with keen interest.
I will look around the area, seeing as I'm...
True saying.
yeah.
You see nothing unexpected. Nothing you haven't seen before.
How's that ethereal plane via the Feywilde?
Ooh, yeah, ethereal plane.
Oh, wow.
In which case, there's a almost constant presence of you know those small bits of floof that constantly fly through the air during springtime?
Like the seeds of
Yes. Or a little bit like, you know, at the very beginning of Avatar, the blue Avatar film. Yes, when you have those kind of dandelion seeds that
The
are almost
Ipocarina.
sentient.
Oh yeah, the ones
The-
that are...
It's it's a little bit like you see loads of those just drifting around.
I don't think I'll ever get tired of being able to see what I can see right now. It's nice here when you look through the cracks. I'm assuming most of it looks nicer the further you get in, right?
Well, yes. And I mean, I don't really know where we are right now.
Can I take just like a walk around some of the buildings to see if there's any hidden passageways?
Yes, certainly. Having a walk around?
How big is the sort of ruined
Quite big.
buildings?
You are very much in the center of what used to be not quite a city, but definitely a little bit bigger than a village.
Like a town?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there is quite a bit here. You don't see any hidden, normally invisible things around here. You do come across a lot more very strange that even to you feels like it doesn't belong type of plant growth. The kind of weird, unnatural plant growth. You find a few more dried up, shriveled remnants of brains and other weird creatures that look like they've been integrated into the hive at some point and then died. Yeah.
Sorry, Sam, you were saying about the items.
Yes. It's Sarian at the moment. But
Sorry,
why not?
you look like
I know.
Sam to me just now. My bad.
You know, I suppose from you it's okay.
I'll once this is fine. Sorry.
Do you want me to turn my back or just hold up like a bag over my head?
No, it'll fade shortly. And kind of like cock my head a little bit to like. It's fine.
Yes, we got another piece of armor. This robe is I would describe it as a blinding large area of effect, short-term incapacitation. Much like a shorter version of the scream, the mental pain that the brain did, but for 6 seconds instead of 60.
Oh.
Well, 54 in my case, but what can you do? I had nothing else to do except count. I want to try the other one on, and I take the robe off, with a view to attune to the other item, and to figure out what it does.
Okay, are you gonna wait another hour?
Unless the party has an immediate desire to move on, we have just had a battle. It might be good to relax a little bit, unwind, drink some wine or tea.
I will dispel the trident and resummon the dagger, and I'll like rake the dagger across the chain links on the kind of like chain mesh stuff to see if it's like hyper sturdy or if it's just like pretty looking.
You do not leave a scratch.
Oh, right.
Okay, in that case, if you want to, unless anyone wants to do anything else, you can sit down for an hour. Yes, Finn.
I'll quickly take a minute to perform, well actually only, I'm going to take 10 minutes then actually, as a ritual perform ceremony over the graves of the pixies.
Okay.
Can I just check, what item did you give me next? In exchange for the ring that you need to attune to?
And then I'll take a short rest.
It was the Amulet of Flames.
Yes. What was it you gave me?
It's called the Blind Eye.
Yeah.
The violet glass on this ring turns black if divination is used. That's the short version. I think it also hurts if divination is used on you. And I know that
Yes.
AoE divination does not get blocked by this spell. Oh, you could get the option to allow it, I think. Maybe that's just telepathy. I've only got the short notes on my character sheet.
As you'll sit for an hour.
So
Yes.
I'm going to continue to walk around and explore because I have an hour of the best vision anyone can ever have. So I intend to use it to scout, look around. I'll even like I'll cast fly to get like a good aerial view as well, just so I can take
Okay.
in the entire surroundings.
Okay. Anyone else who wishes to do anything in that hour?
Right, you
Yeah, I'll
said
be
there
at
was a
two.
scimitar.
There's a gold inlaid, super fancy looking decorative scimitar, and it's just sitting where the clothes were. I just left everything in a pile on the wee rock.
Let's go take a look.
Oh
Okay.
no, DC 15
It is
intelligence
not
check.
magical, but it is very, very well made.
I'll do
It is. It is
sorry.
ornate. You can tell, like, touching it a little bit, you slice open your thumb, that kind of like, it is incredibly sharp. You could probably see Eridrian look a little bit smugly as you're picking it up and accidentally nearly cutting yourself on it. Like, this is proper elven craftsmanship.
Yeah. I won't do the Riddick thing of like flipping around. Yeah, it's a gram heavy on the left side situation. But I'll kind of have a swing around with it and go to Richard and say, "This is lovely," but I look at the jewels and the gold and lay like, I think it's not quite me. Would you?
That's
like
okay.
this?
You're never too old to develop a sense of style.
Preach.
Is that a philosophy for yourself? I know you're older than me, but like,
Finn, if it's any consolation, I'm older than both of you. And
I
I'm
think that's something you
fabulous.
made clear on several occasions.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Speaking of,
It's a matter of perspective, I suppose.
when Finn wants to take a Ridger into the side, was it really an hour? It was an hour, wasn't it? I'm not going to be like 10,000 years. Like, it's not, because, I mean, everyone here is, there's Syrian, there's Tenurian's a half elf, you're a full Eladrin, Weaver's got his own thing going on, Nax is Nax.
Yes, you're
just
going to die
dead.
first.
I mean,
If it helps, I can bring you back as a zombie. Wait, no, this is a private conversation. Just imagine
Yes.
I said that.
I can imagine. No, well, yeah, I mean, yes, but yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah, but hopefully with a balanced diet and some restorative magics I've got in my hands, maybe I'll get another
Yeah.
year and look good doing it.
After all the time we spent traveling together, not just me, but the rest of them as well, do you really truly believe we would have let you stay behind for months without coming to find you?
No, not on purpose.
Are you trying to suggest we might get distracted?
This party? No, never. Oh, no, of course not. Of course not. No, of course not. But
Insight.
it's always good to check.
You're not there.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to see. I didn't take it with me. Never mind. So I take it as no for the scimitar then.
Unless it has some cataclysmic world-ending abilities that will solve all of my problems and make me wine for dinner? Unlikely.
Well, Finn takes out his bag the last bottle of strawberry wine from the winery back home. Where's this?
And where better to enjoy the finest Fey wine from the material plane than in the place that inspired it?
Precisely.
I hope shortly I might be able to give you a taste of the real thing.
I very much look forward to that, but in a way where I'm excited, but also slightly fearful I might go mad. Because, I don't know, the wine's made from special grapes that don't quite agree with my mind or something like that. I don't know. I've heard a lot of things. Feywilde's very chaotic. No, it's very wild.
Use your words carefully, Finn.
Yeah, yep. It's a charged word around here. But I know that this, and I point to everything, isn't what it's meant to be. And I'm sure it's not, this isn't it. I mean, once we find your lady, we'll get a better explanation. But it will get better, because there's now wine. And I don't have any goblets, so you'll have to drink out the bottle like a plebeian.
I'm sure I can manage.
As you
Ah.
uncork some Fey-inspired Thulian wine, Reaver, you are having a fly about the area.
Yep.
Can I have from you either a survival or just a straight up charisma check?
I will go for. Survival's pretty good. 23.
Okay, and what is your flying speed?
It's 60, so dashing 120.
Okay, so you can move pretty fast.
Yes.
Okay, so moving around,
The big black fire wings.
maybe after 10 minutes or so of travel, you have a weird sensation where normally you're traveling to a point that you can see, right? You're traveling north, west, you're traveling towards that town. As you're moving around right now, it almost seems that the landscape itself is shifting a little bit around you. And it feels very strange and unfamiliar. That being said,
Does true sight help at all in this kind of like seeing through the?
it does not.
Oh.
But because you are both strong-willed and rolled a high survival check, you, one, do not lose your way, and two, have a clear enough image in mind of what you want that you manage to navigate the area that you're exploring. So as you're just having a look around initially, especially from a higher up perspective, you can see that this town is very much built around the portal. It's almost like a bit of a hub, so to say. And you can definitely see remnants of what you can imagine would maybe once have been roads leading in and out of the town. Flying up higher, you can see that once outside of it, there is definitely plant life. And it's like color floods back into the area, bright and vibrant. The weird thing is that if you're looking forward and then to your left and then forward again, you swear there was a different landscape in front of you. You swear that you just saw these beautiful, almost golden leaf trees. But they're now green? Or were they green in the beginning and did you just catch golden leaf trees out of the corner of your eyes and are you mistaking it? It's kind of unsettling, but from what you can see in the distance, very pretty. And can I also have a perception check, please?
Yeah, I was going to say, in the kind of like weird ambience of it all, like Reaver will just like hang, like kind of like almost like drift in the air for a second, like kind of close, open the eyes, taking like a deep breath of like just how surreal and everything that's kind of like moving, ebbing and flowing. It's like, okay, this is why we do this. 19 plus, was it perception?
Yes.
Do I get advantage because I've got sight beyond sight?
No. This is normal
Normal,
normal physical stuff.
It's just a +1, so 20.
Okay. Having a look around, other than the nature that you can see outside of this town, you do see on one of the edges of it, very clearly what look like corpses.
Okay.
And with your speed, you could, if you wanted to, go over there and have time.
I will.
Okay. You see maybe 30 or so bodies lying around here. And they look very fresh to you.
I'll... 2 seconds. Sick. Cool. I will touch down straight to one body.
Okay. For a start,
Uh-huh.
most of these bodies
Mm-hmm.
are very clearly Eladrin in nature. They've
Yep.
got the long pointed ears, the kind of almond-shaped eyebrows, the very sharp chins.
Yep.
But there are a few very much distinctly more tentacly faced bodies among this group.
Okay. Is there a significant amount of Eladrin versus Illithid?
Oh yeah,
But all the Eladrin are dead regardless?
yes.
Okay, what I do is the first body that I get to that's Eladrin, I'll just
Mhm.
like cut my hand under their head and be like, what did this to you?
As you cup your hand under their head, you feel a distinct hole at the back of your head that unexpectedly, like your finger almost slides into as you
Yeah.
realize that the inside of their head is hollow.
Doesn't have to be full for what I'm trying.
Nope. But it is an unexpected, unpleasant.
Like grit teeth and get past the gore. Reaver's
Done.
Done
Been there,
worse.
done that. Yeah. As you ask your question, you hear the kind of soft exhalation of non-existent breath almost, as unmoving the words appear for you that say, these strange, weird creatures, unnatural.
Why were you here?
We were trying to reach the portal first.
Why were you trying to reach the portal first?
To be the first to make contact.
Make contact with you.
You get 3 or 5 questions.
5.
Okay. The elves that must remain on the other side.
What do you know of these elves that must remain on the other side?
Once we prospered together. Just that sentence. You'll get a...
Because like, you know very little of why you're here. Ah.
They used to be our friends. A long time ago. And great craftsmen.
Okay. Rest them back down. Looking around the area, is there any movement at all?
Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. I am still inspired?
Your 10 minutes will have passed.
Okay. Fine then. 17.
Okay. With a 17, everyone appears to be dead.
Okay.
The mind flayers here have all clearly been pierced by many blades.
Mm-hmm.
And you do on them too see various levels of integration with nature that clearly goes against their nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They went into the Fey, but the Fey went a bit back. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What you also notice, what is quite interesting, is for the start, there are very clearly two factions here if colors are anything to be judging them by.
I was going to ask.
Yes, there is a warmer color scheme and a colder color scheme.
What one did I talk to?
You talk to someone who is dressed with a very torn dark blue, like a short cape around the shoulders.
Okay, colder color scheme.
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to that, you also notice that many of these corpses are missing their brain.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very clear beak-like opening at the back of the heads.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the leftovers of where things have been holding them on the face.
Yeah.
However, some of these bodies appear to have slash marks on them as if made by other blades.
It was an ambush. They were
With a 17 though, you would notice that they're quite clumsy. They're not... You've seen Eridrian fight.
Mm-hmm.
He's quite elegant. At times, there is almost a flutter of leaves around the blade that he uses. He's very skilled and precise in his blows. Some of these marks that are clearly left by swords are not very precise at all.
You got
doubling down on my epic eyesight just now.
Mm-hmm.
Graveside.
There's nothing undead nearby.
Okay, so then it was probably mind control of some sort. Okay, this is grim. I kneel down to one of the lighter coloured elves, the sunnier shades.
If you're going for a sunnier shade, you see ageless, and even in death, a woman with a high top knot that is wrapped with kind of yellow golden string, wearing a very short shirt, but bracelets all the way up to the shoulders almost. Various shades of yellow and golden.
Okay. Kind of in the same vein of questioning, just... Where is the portal you were trying to reach?
In the ruins of Sumina Kalakoi.
The one in the center, or is there one deeper in the city? In the town?
I only know of one.
Where does it lead?
To the material plane. To our artillery and Northern brethren.
How would you find them beyond the portal?
We have magic that can help us find.
Great. Anything else to add? No?
I was going to say there's a... Even in this kind of from beyond spectral voice, there's a cockiness that is not entirely unfamiliar.
Reaver kind of like rests her head down and is like, rest smugly. And flaps the wings and then rockets back towards the party.
Okay. As you get up, you do have a moment of disorientation where you're like, where did I come? What way? Since you're flying back into the city, it is a little bit easier to find your way. With your higher roll, you do make it back to the party, but you definitely have the regular skills that you were used to using, where you check landmarks to make your way back. Even though you're going through an area with buildings, it's almost like either they have shifted or your perspective of them has shifted.
Okay.
You make your way back to the party.
Yep.
As you do so, Syrian.
I'm also muted, but I am he.
Feel like the robe that you are wearing. Last session, I believe you said you were changing into half elven, right?
Yeah. But I wanted to go full Eladrin, but I couldn't find one. Hello?
I'm pretty sure you said half elven, so unless you
I
were
said I
wanting
wanted to go Eladrin, but I could not find one. I am half elven, as has been stated. You are correct.
I don't know if it's showing on your screen, but on my screen, I'm pointing at Eridrian.
I didn't want to copy someone else's style. That would have been rude.
Fair.
So,
I think
without asking first, and Eridrian would have said no.
As you put on this...
No, sorry. He would have been sarky at me, and that was worse.
As you put on this captain, it feels very light, despite the sash and the chain and the metal hanging from it. It's very weightless, almost.
Comfortable.
Since it's a magic item, you expect it to fit like a glove, if you will. After an hour, you do feel like you understand this item a little bit better in its properties. It offers you more protection. However, it doesn't fit quite right.
That, in and of itself, is interesting, because not only do magic items normally fit perfectly, but I can adjust my shape to fit perfectly with clothes, and I've done it subtly before so that I always look amazing. What kind of ways does it not fit? Is it a physical not fitting, or is it a psychological not fitting? I search my feeling.
It feels, you know, when you have like a prickly label in the back of your shirt and you kind of keep scratching it. Like, it feels not uncomfortable, but like you're constantly having to adjust it. Despite you ever so subtly maybe broadening your shoulders a little bit to fill it out better? Is that the problem? It's just not quite the perfect fit. It's not... Well, I mean, for you it would probably be irritating, considering your sense of fashion, but...
1000%. But
normally it wouldn't be irritating in that you'd gain a negative benefit from it.
Yeah.
But it's not comfortable either.
There's no penalties, but something is off, and that in and of itself is curious.
That being said, you do feel like you are more protected.
Okay, so it's working. It's just maybe not. I'm missing something to get the most out of it, or it's not for me. It's the wrong size. I'm gonna ask Nax. He's got the actual identify spell. We can skip all this nonsense.
To me, Nax has just started meditating into the void.
No, my camera just clonked. I'm trying to fix
it.
But, Nax has never had the identify spell. He's just very good with magic.
Okay. Nax, you've got the identify spell, right?
Sure.
Cool. Can you... So there's something weird about this magic item. Can you... it doesn't fit right. It's like... I don't know if the auto-sizing runes, invested intent, magical resonance types. I don't know how any of it works. I know it's not quite right, and I wonder if you could use your infinite expertise to share some of your infinite knowledge with this humble supplicant, and I inspire Nax.
you can
Right. We'll do his damnedest.
I try and inspire an axe.
cast an identify spell by rolling an Arcana check.
Let's see. Fuck yeah. That
Holy
was 20
God.
plus a 10. So
Holy
I'm literally
God.
30. Who
Okay.
needs identify?
Fucking right?
You immediately recognize the. If arcane magic could have a dialect, this is a specific Sylvan dialect. The runes that are very, very tinily woven into the threads around the garment are ever so slightly more cursive than they usually are, and you immediately have the impression that whatever magic is in this robe, it might offer more protection, but it would only offer all of its benefits to someone who most likely has to be an Eladrin to fit it properly. You can also deduce from this that there is, other than the extra protection, the fabric is made in such a way and enchanted in such a way to make sure that the wearer is always comfortable regardless of the temperature.
Rodrian didn't get this item first.
And it seems to protect the wearer against extreme cold conditions.
Oh, this really is for
Finally.
Rodrian. I must have it.
Oh, do we still have next?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm gonna get camera to work.
No worries. Finally, despite the fact that it is currently grey, you actually think that it is enchanted in such a way as to fit the wearer's disposition.
Ooh.
It's a very intriguing item.
Oh yeah?
You're only halfway to being what you require to be to use this, it seems.
I have to be a human, of course. How could I have been so blind? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll pass it to Ridrian and he'll get on fine, I'm sure.
Yeah, I am already wearing it though, so where is Iridrian? Iridrian?
Yes, yeah, Irion.
Do you want to see something really gross and insulting?
No.
But your
Have a nice
curiosity,
day.
your curiosity is eating at you, and you'll always wonder, what could it be? What could insult you so much that I'd ask first?
He obviously couldn't care less. However, if hypothetically I were to indulge you because I am such a wonderful person,
Mm-hmm.
what might it be that you'd like to tell me?
I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to show you something that is both insulting and hideous. Wink.
Okay,
Now that-
should I flinch preemptively or wait?
It might be best to get that out of the way.
Okay,
I'll wait for Iridrian
Oh.
to flinch.
I'll kind of flinch and kind of bare my teeth and draw back out of it.
I transform into Iridrian. Oh, my god, this is fabulous.
I
s-
cast Eldritch Blast.
I cast counter spell.
Did you say you counterspell?
I did.
Okay.
I'm not actually casting Eldritch Blast. I am casting Silent Image to look like I'm casting Eldritch Blast.
That's okay. I cast counter spell.
Okay.
And I'm just like admiring myself, and then I cast a major image to make a 20-foot mirror that like half circles, and I see why you like this,
So-
Eridrian.
Technically, the item would need to be reattuned to.
That's unfortunate.
Yes. So you do not. You look at your arms, and there's no immediate payoff.
Oh,
No, I'm
unfortunately.
admiring my body. I'm not admiring the item.
You're
Yes.
still just wearing a big pillowcase.
Finn.
Finn wants to side up to next to Daenerys next and Weaver, look at the spectacle and go, have you ever looked at something and hated and loved it at the same time? Because I don't think I could deal with this, but I want to see where it goes.
Reaver turns to you and is like, 3 gold Eridrian kills Sam.
I'd take that bet.
You realize also Reaver has just landed next to you.
Yeah,
More or
I
less.
just went,
Oh, right.
Didn't even hear the conversation just drop down. 3 gold that Eridrian kills Sam.
So, considering that you're just at the end of your true sight, you're like in the last few seconds of it, because fly also lasts an hour. You would actually see the 2 Eridrians, but you would also see the Sam Eridrian and the Eridrian.
That was weird to watch come into focus.
Well, my friend, now that there's 2 of us, the world is ours.
There will only ever be one.
And
I
who
suggest
could
you
be...
drop that form immediately, or else I will make sure of it.
Yes, of course. But I would like to wait for an hour to find the hidden powers of this item. And what other Eladrin shape would be more pleasing to the eye than this one?
Well, if you play your cards right, I can make sure you end up looking like the other Eladrin in the area.
I'm interested. Now, what's the best way to attune to this item while still being in a ladder? I'll just randomize my face features somewhat more and become a woman to make Eridrian feel more comfortable. I don't really look like him anymore.
So you can only shapeshift into creatures that you've seen.
Ah, that's never been a problem before.
Yes,
Interesting.
as per your specifications, which you should
Yeah,
have
it's true.
somewhere.
I do have them. Those are things.
You can make minor changes from a narrative point of view, but you can never change it
got
so
you.
that it is entirely different.
Okay.
Can you attune to an item whilst also dodging arcane projectiles?
Don't threaten me with a good time. Do you have I mean, you burned all the ones that I wanted to copy from. And to avoid the brimming sexual tension, I will transform back into just drop a layer back to Sarion.
Okay.
And I kind of fan myself. Whew.
Okay. While
This-
attuned to this captain, you have +2 to your AC.
Nice. This fun aside, this magic item works perfectly for Eladrin. I don't know exactly what it is. Nax mentioned things about cold resistance and about fashion. So I think it's perfect for you, if you'd like it. It also makes you 10% harder to hit. And as you've already seen, it looks great on you.
Eridrian frowns at Allah's comment. I definitely would have use for such an item.
I mean, I'll be honest, I want it, but I'd happily trade it for, and you love bargains, for just, I'm really curious about your race. I'm super curious about your race and the whole season thing.
Well, then, hand over the goods and let's go meet some of them.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
mean, let's go find some of my people.
No, I meant which goods did you want?
The Kaftan?
Whatever he says, I hear it correctly. Fine, I guess. And I take the kaftan off gently and hand it over to Eridrian. Kind of with a wistful expression.
I wait until Sam is derobed, handed the stuff over, and then I'm like, apparently there's an older and rarer elf that their Ladrin are trying to find.
Ooh, what?
And then
An
I walk
old
over
elf.
to Denarian.
I believe you owe someone 3 gold.
Are you starting attunement to the item, Eridrian?
Yes, please.
Okay. Before you continue conversation, for technical brevity's sake, I will ensure that the stats reach you within the next minute or so. In addition, over the hour that you are attuning to it, starting with the thread work on it, it slowly changes into this golden thread work. And the rim becomes ever so slightly red, and like a painting that is slowly being colored in. Over time, you see the rope take on these hues of red, of orange, of golden, and by the end of the coming hour, it fits perfectly with the rest of your outfit. It ties around the waist, the sash, perfectly ties it in such a way that you kind of get that nice kinda Prince of Persia waistline, but the broad shoulders still a little bit. It's very form-fitting.
I can't tell you how happy this makes me.
Sorry,
Yes,
Finn.
thank you very much.
To be utterly honest, I want one.
Is Syrion still looking like Eridrian?
Half
No.
elf.
Well, Finn will go up to Syrion and go, you know, it took me longer than I cared to admit, but if you looked like Eridrian and we wanted to keep the theme of like you being like, your name would be Nerdry, and I think that actually sounds like a name. Just something
I was
to
in
think
backwards
about.
Eridrian.
Yes.
That would suggest that I would be some sort of inverted, good version of Eridrian.
But what if you did that and you were just nice to people? And
Yeah, that would be wrong. I don't think I don't think I'm someone who transforms into someone else and then does evil things as them. I think if Eridrian and I shared a form, either because he changed to be something I was, or I changed to be something he was, and we could live with each other, which is always the sticking point, it would be terrifying for everyone else.
I mean this not in like, you could just be what Eridrian would think would be the opposite of him, just for the Eridrian's sake. I was just thinking of his joke, but you've gone, no, that's, and it's just a fair play.
Why fight your darker self when you're both shades of grey?
As you say that, you look over at Eridrian, and you see
Finn
the...
just backs away from that.
You look over at Eridrian, as you say, shades of grey, and you see the rope slowly start to fill up with colour.
I mean, grey is such a mundane colour, but I use it as a neutrality metaphor, given that you're this shining beacon of divine righteousness, right and self-sacrifice, and Reaver is the bringer of darkness and death to those who are deserving of it and needing of it. And me, if I ever step out of line.
But you won't.
Of course not. Why would I do that?
Yeah, you're gonna be the sword of your people, not the dagger in its back. So it'll be fine.
No, I'm me. I represent no one but myself.
Yes, of course. Well,
My
if it wants to get you to understand Eladrin,
Eladrian.
Eladrin. I got Eridrian and Eladrin like
Eladrin.
just meld into a word.
You could combine it further and go for Don Eladrian.
No, I think my brain's just had a cramp.
The Nerean's not an electric, that does
Do you want a head massage?
No, fine, thank you. If you want to find out more about them, I suggest we go try
Ask
and find...
Eridrian?
I was gonna say if you wanted to learn more about them in terms of examples to emulate, we could probably try and find them by going to find Eridrian's
Yes.
lady. Oh, God.
Well, yeah. I
Sometimes.
mean, I am never going to be the one that gets between someone and their significant other.
In the midst of all this, Reaver just like claps his hands really loudly, like quack quack.
Are you trying to get my attention or praise me? I'll accept either.
Like fashion show aside, I'm sure all super important. I'm glad we all got it done, but just in the process of while this is all going on, I should probably clarify that there are like countless corpses just beyond the ridgeline over there at the other side of the town. There was significantly more mind-eating squid guys kind of slewing about the area, and also the elves that they seem to be looking for, and that's what they seem to be looking for, are on our plane and then I repeat the word that you told me, but I missed it because of headphone trauma.
Trauma, shit. I summoned my horse.
Nandor. Nandor. And Lindar. Lindar.
Heard
Pardon
of
me.
Lindar.
I feel
Those
like
are the wood elves. They left the city or something. It's in the text of the City of Beasts stories.
I feel like you said something else as well.
I did.
Okay.
I said the wrong name. My excuses.
Lindar and the Nandor, and those are
Okay.
a race. Yeah. Checking over my recollections, and they left the city and fled north, not south, so not Daenerys people.
Said that they were elder brethren, right?
Just brethren. Not elder.
Did you?
No, she didn't say elder.
Alright. And then it was elves that should not.
Elven brethren. Maybe you misheard it because of that. Definitely.
And they said that they're elves that should not come back through the portal. Like, there should be.
She.
No, not her. The first one said about the elves that it was elves that. Because they were hyper vague about it and didn't actually tell me things other
Yes.
than that they shouldn't come back.
I feel like you interpreted something I said differently than how I meant it, but because
Okay.
I don't know the exact phrasing of what I said, I can't recall it for you. But the intent was that they were going to people who were on the other side.
Right. Okay.
I mean, if you've got the written down questions, I can give you the answer.
And they were good craftsmen.
Yes.
Okay. I just divulge all of the information to the party that you said. So it seems like they've got a goal on the material, like, rather than.
Do you have any individual names? We could contact them with magic and let them know that they've got family looking for them.
Do you normally send like war parties out to find family members?
I mean, a couple of times, but that was usually a complicated matter.
Yeah. What I don't get though is, right, Eridrian just jumped into a bath. Like, why are they going through such trouble to get to a very specific location where they could just come to any of Finn's bathing sessions and just take a boat to where they need to go. Why is this?
Because I appeared in Finn's bathtub with a little bit of a helping hand.
Wink. Are you saying someone pushed you into the bath?
Yes, I'm saying I had a scroll with which I was intending to bring myself home. But Chaos had other plans.
Don't say its name, I can hear you.
Okay, so has travel between the planes been like something? Wait, no,
The God King was able to chat with the Queen of the Unseelie.
Also, Tatiana just basically like showed up in full.
Semi-demi Wemi gods are probably exempt from most of the rules. They seem to be able to exert power through anti-magic fields to a limited degree anyway.
Yeah, but like, can't they just like drop a couple of their friends closer to the location rather than having them all beat the shit out of each other trying to get through this?
Iridrian once told me, like an hour ago, that the Archfey move in mysterious ways, and it would be impossible for lesser mortals to predict their intentions or actions.
It could very well be that each of the Archfey are blocking the other Archfey from operating within the area.
How many Archfey are there?
Honestly, I have no idea.
I assumed 2, but I also assumed 4 before learning it was just the Seelie and the Unseelie. I thought there was one for each season.
DM, do I know definitively how many there are?
Common
I
knowledge?
think your first answer was very much correct. You know of a definitive few, but you also know that there are more. I don't want to say more wonderful, of course, because then you would have found it. But there are definitely more wilder Archfey, let's put it that way. And similarly, there are somewhat sketchier Archfey that definitely have the powers and the capabilities of being Archfays, but are maybe not as much in the forefront about it.
Because their fashion taste is lacking.
It's honestly the true measure of civilization.
Denarian, do you know any of these terms? Did you hear any back at your village?
Would I know of any of these myself?
Roll me a history check.
That is a 12.
You remember hearing one of them vaguely more in recent years.
Which
Negative
term
memories
specifically?
associated to it. Iridrian, however, knows the terms.
Oh, yes, I do. I remember the kind of the top level, but I'd forgotten that there was the sub level as well. I think you'll find both of them are types of what your people refer to as wood elves.
2 different kinds of wood elves.
Why would I have negative connotations to this?
Well, the Lindar and Nandor would, I guess, more appropriately be referred to as the singers and the crafters.
Ooh.
And that's... I don't know a lot more than that. Does that ring any bells to you?
Not
As
to
he
me.
said, you used to be artists.
It was vaguely once mentioned in the maze, these terms, Denarian.
Oh, it's a maze.
Okay, we've all blocked that area.
Was this Denarian who mentioned this? Yeah, I remember him saying about the artists and creators. Hmm.
You may or may not remember Oyala's words.
I have Oyala's words written down. Tattooed
God.
to me. 1 second while I remember things.
Moment where you see the DM's like, there's like 5 strings that everybody's about to kind of go. If only
Dun,
you
dun,
remember.
dun. Okay, I start reciting it in my head. Okay, I'll recite it out loud. My young elven child, my time grows near, but for you Oyala has one last gift. Fight I cannot, but I hold your life dear, so follow my voice. Follow where my voice drifts. Descendant of divine and full Teleri, for you I have a secret that you may intervene, a gift of pure knowledge over aeons gathered by me. By your eyes only this can be seen. I cannot resist, nor leave, nor fly, but when you leave this plane of evil tide, remember Oyala, the voice by your side.
Go back to the line involving the divine.
Descendant of divine, and Danu blushes a little bit, and full Teleri.
Full Teleri. What's that?
Teleri is it's our term for wood elves.
Ah,
General.
a generic.
Wait.
Okay.
Does that mean Oyala was calling me a wood owl?
What you are? Well,
Her words are weird and bendy and windy. I don't get it.
Can you write it out for us?
So we know that your 2 halves are Wood Elf and
I mean, she gave me these eyes beyond eyes.
No,
I
you
thought
had them
that's-
already.
No, I got them in the maze.
You
But you had
discovered
them
them
all
in the
along.
maze.
I thought I got given them in the maze, but I guess I always had it. Like I've always had these wings.
I assume so. Maybe you just needed like enough.
I totally
Maybe you just
forgot
needed
about
to
the
grow
wings.
enough to be able to manifest them,
Finn.
which is my way of saying there was a character level gate. Maybe.
Just a quick query. Could you the Lin? I just
Lindar?
because I think I've written it. But do I probably write it down on the Lindur and the Lundar?
Lin.
Yep.
Dar.
Lindar
Right.
and Andor.
Yes.
Okay.
And the term that
Yes.
Denarian just used is the Teleri, which is Teleri.
Like
I think
So, my
you said
question was going to be. So
That was the
remember
group.
that Oel's last
Riala.
yes, last song. In the last parts, there was the futures is not ours to know, and so we must endure. The children will weep, and I'm just wondering if what the word that rhymes with endure might be lindor, maybe. Just
doesn't quite
I-
work.
it's a-
Ian would like
I
to
know.
point out it is Lindar. It is very much an ah and not an u.
Is
never
it
mind.
It's
I
Lindar,
Lindar,
rescind-
not Lindor.
I rescind my thoughts.
So
So
we are
you're-
going
So they're
to
looking for wood elves.
yes, looking for both types of So Denarian's people and one other kind of elves. I wonder if that is the. What are the T elves' names? One of them is from a different tribe of elves that speak with a wonderful accent that comes from the continent that is to the north and eventually west. I wonder if that's who they're talking about. I'm not saying I saw Marissa nodding subtly, but she might have just nodded subtly or scratched her face. It could be either.
I've just got the fancy name of the tea shop. I don't have the individual names. Like magical properties. Why do you need anything else?
To not call them property elves. Elves are not property.
They can brew property if they're proper elves.
Pyre. Even half elves can brew property.
I mean, Ladrin can't make a property. Just saying.
Shots fired.
If we want
His
more
teeth gone off.
answers-
What was that, Reaver?
If we want more answers, we could go to the site of the battle over by.
Let's.
It's a bit of a
What-
trek.
We need to find Iridrian's lady. She will be further into the Feywilde. People coming to the portal will probably have to go past us? Question mark.
The elves you're thinking about are Alera and Siobhan, I think.
That's the one.
And I'm allowed to say that because Iridrian has met them now.
And you would also recognize Siobhan's heritage, if you will.
As being a wood elf?
As not being either of the Teleri.
Ah. Okay, cool.
So why would they be looking for them specifically?
That's something we can only find out by asking, surely.
We could ask. I didn't want to hang around because there was
Corpses.
there was more of the squid boys over there.
Let's go then. We get further into the Feywilde, which is moving. Like, things are not happening outside that we need to be aware of because of the time thingy. Iridrian's gift and Many Nights Stand is in there. And so are possibly more of the squiddles, which must be hunted down and killed at all costs. I nod to Janirian. And yeah, let's do that. I look at Nax and just say, phenomenal cosmic powers.
How's the living
Absolutely
space?
phenomenal.
What was that, Rodrigo?
How's the living space?
That was the living space.
How's the living
What?
space?
I thought you were making an Aladdin reference.
I was, but I hadn't realized that Aladdin and Aladrin sound the same.
So, where would you like to travel and who is taking the lead?
Surely an Aladrin and Weaver combined could find us the way that we want to go? Question mark.
Travel seems to be really tricky here.
Oh yeah? I love Trippy. We're gonna get lost forever in the fairy woods.
Don't.
Travel here is much less about the direction in which you head.
Is this-
And
Ow?
No, I want to hear the end of that sentence.
oh, it's too late now. That's going to be dramatically
serious.
exciting. But
See, Finn never cut off someone, a handsome human, or Aladrin, or Tiefling, or a handsome mortal giving a speech. Or being mysterious and vague. It's just... Now we'll never know.
I'm sure it was not going to be particularly good anyways.
Well,
Finn, what were you going to say?
wow, that was brutal.
No, I was actually following up on Origin's asking, how? As in, what do you mean it's not the direction you travel? That's how travel works.
In the material plane. Is it dreams and wishes and following a star?
If you say it's the power of friendship, I'm going to slap you.
Power of love.
Reaver just full on turns to Sam and is like, don't fly away on trauma.
I mean, wow. No one in this group would be foolish enough to fly off by themselves and explore another dimension.
Yes, lesson learned. Learn from mistakes.
I've learned many things.
Traversing the Feywilde is less about finding your way through the space and more about having the space find its way through you.
We have to
concentrate. I think it's probably the best approach.
On what? On the destination? On
Indeed.
Feeling? A song?
Your best bet is to proceed with confidence and determination
I can't really not do
towards
that.
your chosen destination.
Let it be so.
I
I choose to go to a giant cave full of gold.
Eva, you flew around a little while ago. How did you find your navigation skills?
pretty solid after the first bit. It was initially really trippy, and then kind of enjoyable.
Good. Takes some getting used to. I can't imagine what it's like from high up in the sky. Generally, lower down on the ground, your field of vision is a little bit shorter.
It was intense and colourful, and I'd be excited to go for it again, but knowing more than I did then, I probably won't chance it for a while, unless I need to. But
I'm sure as long as you don't travel too far, we'll be fine.
I vaguely know what we're looking for. If you want to go to the site, it's a tad harsh. There was maybe like, did you say like 30 or so Eladrin?
Yes. 30 or so bodies. That's
Yeah,
it. Roughly
alright.
like 25-ish
Yeah,
of
yeah.
those would have been
There
Eladrin.
was
Yeah.
about 30 or so bodies. Most Eladrin. I don't know if that's. It was odd as well. It looked as though they hadn't been fighting together as a unit, but separate.
Is there anything to be gained from heading there? Both.
Don't know, maybe information. Maybe there's a letter or a note or some sort of missive that they have. Again, just clutching at straws to find out what's going on. I mean, I suppose if we just go talk to Tatiana real quick, that would totally expedite it. In fact, yeah, never mind.
I think for Iridrian's sake, we need to spend at least 3 days and nights there.
Was that in regular days?
I don't know, how long is a night with a fairy queen, Iridrian?
Never long enough.
There you go then.
Alright, do you wish to set out?
Yes. I summon trauma, but not so I fly, so I just don't have to walk.
Okay.
Does this count as a forest? I'm not even going to claim this as favored terrain though, but I'm just curious. I am not leading here.
Well, that depends on how Iridrian's going to lead you.
Oh yeah, we end up in the desert
Do,
next to the Nine
Yeah.
Hells.
do we want to go by the area that was affected, or I don't know what you guys want to do.
I will be perfectly honest. If I am leading us, I don't think I have the mental fortitude to get us there.
It's okay.
If it is Eridrian and Weaver leading away, I'd like to, at 3rd level, cast Enhance Ability on them for wisdom-based checks.
Okay.
I'd like to pat Iridrian on the shoulder and just be like, "You're home. Welcome back." And inspire him.
It's been too long.
Iridrian, you, if you're leading the way, can either, since you know very well where you're going, make a charisma or a survival check. And although Finn's addition is very kind, you can have advantage on either.
Okay, my straight charisma is better than my survival, so I will go with charisma. Thank you very much. Ooh, that is good. With advantage, I rolled a 14 out of 15.
Nice. Remember, you've got that sweet inspiration bonus if you want it.
Which is 18.
A
And I will
D10.
take my D10. Nice.
Mm.
Okay. So that's 18 plus 10. 28.
Okay, in that
I love an
case,
inspiration baby crit.
Eridrian, could you also
What?
tell me, setting out for the first time in what feels like forever, back in your homeland, you've had an unexpected welcome, to say the least, but you also have the knowledge that you are going to a place where, one, you belong, and two, where most likely something at least somewhat exciting is waiting for you. How do you feel at this moment?
This one's easy to describe. You know when you're on your way home and you really need the toilet? And the closer you get, the more desperate you get, that you just, to the point where you get to the door and you just cannot hold it anymore and you basically have to run. I'm feeling like that.
Okay.
But specifically not needing the toilet, to clarify.
No,
With-
I am just...
With that knowledge, could you please roll me a d6?
Oh, interesting.
E6.
Yes.
I will take the orange one for this. That is a 4.
Okay. As you
I hope that's good.
set out,
I also hope that's good.
you travel through this town, past more elven ruins, which are equal parts extremely beautiful and strange in their architecture to look at, as well as you all note just the influence that the mind flayers have had on this area. It's decaying, the nature here feels unpleasant, but the more you reach the edge of town, the more that effect subsides. You do not pass the battle site. Instead, you take one of the more direct roads out of town. Very much what looks like it may once have been a main road. And as you walk closer to the edge of town, you start to see bits of grass. Healthy in its color. Very unnaturally green, but not in an unhealthy way. It's Daenerys, especially to you, that looks weird, because with your affinity to nature, you recognize that this state of being is very healthy and normal for the surroundings, but to you, it looks strangely counterintuitive. And as you progress a little bit further, the road that you are taking changes into what would be a kind of small forest road. It winds a little bit. You're walking over leaves that maybe have just fallen, that crunch underfoot. Yet the trees above you are a mixture of golden and green. Both leaf colors can be found there. There's a cacophony of noises, almost suddenly as you leave the town, where you realize there's a lot of life in the Feywilde. You can hear birdsong, you can hear the rustling of things moving around, you can hear critters. At one point, you, Finn, with your passive perception, see something that would almost resemble a squirrel, but it looks slightly bigger and it is way too brightly colored as it hops across the tree branches and just makes its way off into the distance. You have no idea for how long you walk. It is definitely not unpleasant. It's a very nice walking temperature. It's ever so slightly chilly, but while walking, it means that you are comfortably warm, that you don't get sweaty as much.
Oh.
You have the occasional smell of fragrant flowers as you pass bushes that have huge flowers in them, red, orange, golden on the outside. Some small and delicate, some the size of a full, like, grown adult human. It's an intense landscape. Denarian, to answer your earlier question, it's definitely a forest of sorts, but it is very unfamiliar and way more intense than the forests that you are used to. Yes, Siren.
Sarion, just the weather being perfect, ditches his outer cold robes. And walking next to Iridrian, just inquires a bit more about Eladrin culture. Maybe for stories, maybe for, like, the lay of the land. I mean, I know about Archfays, but do you guys have towns, cities? Was that, like, a metropolis, or was it just, like, one dude's, I don't know, toy farm? Like, how does it work here?
Agriculture?
Anything, everything. You guys have jobs?
Do we have jobs?
I mean, you might not need them. You might all live like princes and queens.
How would we do that?
Feywilde magic? I don't know. I'm trying not to come into what is clearly, and I gesture around us, a world that does not operate on the same rules as mine, with the assumption that the society works with the same rules as mine.
Just don't say anything outlandish and you'll be fine.
Am I correct in assuming that you are actively persuading the Feywilde to take you where you want to go? You look like you nodded. In a way. Okay. Is the Feywilde itself alive? As a sapient entity? Rather than just like it having lots of beautiful wildlife. Which, by the way, wow, this color palette.
I mean, we don't catch up over tea, but yes.
How do you like to catch up with your friends?
You insinuating I'm friends with an entire world?
No, I was asking a specific question about something that you would do normally when at home and catching up with friends after a long trip, for example.
Alas, I haven't been fortunate enough to escape you all long enough to have catch up.
So what are you looking forward to, apart from Tatiana?
If I get away from you for more than a couple of days, then I'll have something quick to return to you for.
You've no idea what you're going to do here, do you?
Sam, I'm calling you friends.
Yeah, but you don't have to come out and say it. God, Iridrian. It's just embarrassing.
As you're both looking away from each other for a moment,
Yeah, 1000%.
you realize the landscape's changing. There are still trees around you, but as Iridrian leading the group, you feel your legs getting tired. You have been up since this morning, and God knows how long it's been since you waited, fought Illithid, waited some more on Siren's attunement. It slowly starts to become twilight. And as it does so, the trees around you take on a darker, although not sinister, just a darker hue. Both in terms of the light that shines on them, but also just the bark becomes a little bit darker. What were once golden and green leaves, suddenly you see some of them roll up almost. Some of them stay out but become a very, very dark green with an almost bioluminescent bluish outline as the forest around you suddenly lights up in just this vibrant display of different colored lights. And it's as if almost as if someone turned on a blue filter, but way too much. Like all the light sources around you are suddenly very much night sky colors. There's bits of purple in the flowers that resemble the twilight sky. And as you carry on, you start hearing the sound of falling water. And although you didn't notice any hills or mountains nearby, you find yourself walking into a type of clearing in the forest. And there must be at least some difference in the ground here, as you see a small waterfall ever so slightly up ahead that gently has water running down it that disperses into a few what look like different big, I want to say ponds, slightly bigger than a pond, but I definitely wouldn't call it lakes. There's grass underfoot here that is ever so slightly almost cyan in color. The water itself is a very, very deep color blue. And although it never gets entirely dark overhead, there's a weird nighttime feeling just to the area around you. It's almost as if this is inviting you to settle down.
Amazing. After our uncomfortable look away from each other, where Richard said that we were friends, I will say, if you betrayed us again and Tatiana told us we had to look after you, I wouldn't be mad.
Well, thankfully, there's no conflict of interest this time. Certainly no evil book to be worried about.
I'm somewhat relieved. Wait, no, Nax has a book. There might still be one.
From behind, we were looking forwards like... You get some really awkward vibes between them. I'm like, it's... Also here, and I hand Finn 3 gold.
Good. I immediately disengaged from Eridrian now that the bet is settled.
I'll do it stealthily.
Fair.
Very stealthily. Finn doesn't notice.
21 on perception. Probably not going to be enough.
You are correct.
Would you like to travel on through the night, or do you want to settle down?
At this point, we'll... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was saying, this place looks nice.
It does look really inviting and warm. Nax, I have a question for you, because you are an expert of all things magical. Ridrian, the question is open to you as well, as someone who lives here. What does the time frame of the plane that we are on carry over to an imagined bubble of reality that is connected to this plane, anchored to it, if you will? If we go to my dream boat, will 1,000 years pass out here?
I'm afraid I don't understand the question.
Time is different between the Feywilde and the material plane. Because
Correct.
they are... When we go to the place that I created through the power of imagination the other day, my dream spells could not cross between the planes, the barriers. So my question is, what will happen to time and us if we go inside that? Will it be the same as the plane we are anchored to? Will it be the same as the material plane? Will it be of my own choosing and I have secretly become god of a 1,000 foot by 1,000 foot space?
I think there's only one way to find out.
I
Go
agree.
inside and count to 10 and then come back out.
I love this approach.
Several thousand years later, we see Syrian appear.
I will make a pitch a tent so that there is a portal of some kind, like a doorway, with which to conveniently anchor the spell to. just because Syrian finds it easier to cast the spell that way. And then I will do just that. Step through the tent flap onto the deck of the dreamboat, count to 10, and then step back out.
Okay.
As soon as Syrian goes in through that doorway, Reaver starts setting up camp.
For reference, I am rolling some dice.
I can hear.
Okay.
That sounds bad.
Okay. You will watch Syrian go inside the tent flap. 10 seconds pass.
2, 3.
He's definitely not outside yet.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, what happens when the spell ends and it fires you out? Does it fire you out years from now?
Oh no.
So the question I am curious to know is, does the spell timer count based on my experience of time or the plane that I'm anchored to? Could I spend 100 years inside there and have just a day pass out here?
Like the time dilation's normally crossing between borders. What happens when the realm that you're in collapses?
I get kicked out.
While that happens, Reaver, you are setting up camp?
Yeah.
Bedroll, campfire, like regular, non-magical.
Yeah. Like I don't like a campfire because one, I've got dry rations, so that's fine, and two, I don't think setting fire to an ever-changing possibly a live ecosystem is a good idea in any way, shape, or form. So, and I can see in the dark, so I don't care.
Just checking.
For reference, and I don't actually remember what the value range is in the source book, let alone what it would be in your realm. But did you know that 10 seconds times 100 is about 16.6 minutes?
Nice bit of trivia.
16 hours later.
What do the rest of you do?
When it looks like it's not happening very quickly, I'm going to start my ritual bubble.
Casting the dome? Okay.
I'm gonna spread out on the grass and just enjoy some nice, homely, comforting, welcoming terrain that I feel like I haven't had in a very long time.
And it felt soft behind you. It's like when you have that very, very thick moss layer in a forest that ever so slightly sinks in below you. That, but it's grass. You lie back and it's soft. And it smells right as well. It has that no wind. All the flowers are like pollinating. There's a sweet, sweet, almost honey-like smell.
Nice.
You look like you were about to say something, Reaper.
No, I burped.
Okay. In which case, Denirian, as you are setting up, you hear Greki kind of run off a little bit.
I will immediately follow.
Okay. As you're about to run after him, he returns to you and he's carrying something in his mouth. But he's not going to you, rather he's going to one of the ponds where you see leaning on the edge what looks like a female figure just leaning out of the water. And you see Greki bring her back what looks like a stick. And she goes and says something.
I immediately call Greki.
Both of them look up and there's almost a strange similar, you can't see her ears beneath her hair, but you can almost imagine both of them having the same as they look up at you.
I call Greki and reach for my bow and draw an arrow. Ready to shoot this.
Greggy runs over. The moment you reach for your bow, the figure immediately slides beneath the water.
Daenerys, you okay?
I glance back at the group. Glance into water. Greggy's by my side. He's unhurt.
He's unhurt.
Then
He
I
looks
look
at you
towards
kind of
Vivian.
expectantly.
I tell Greggy to stay.
Was that a
Bad
per-
Greggy.
Was that a person?
Say bad Greggy.
Yeah, did we see? Did I see anything?
Hold
at
up,
the
hold
corner
up,
of my
hold
eye?
up. Let Daenerys interact with Greggy.
Greggy looks
Not
at
good.
you, very confused.
Trust only us. And I point to. I actually cast Speak of Animals. And say, trust only us. And I gesture towards our group.
You get a... But... Stick, lady?
No, sticks only for us. Everybody else wants to steal your sticks. Bad people.
No, she throws the stick. Your stick? And he gets up, runs back to the water edge, picks up the stick, runs back to you, and drops it at your feet, and looks at you expectantly.
I pick it up. Everybody else wants to hurt you, to hurt us. All bad.
You see his ears go almost flat. Hurt?
Hill.
Me?
Yes.
But I thought I was a good boy.
You are a good boy, but only trust us.
He lies down
Okay.
with his head on his paws. And if a wolf can look pensive, he looks pensive.
We are your pack. Don't trust anybody else.
Others bad pack. Okay. What
Okay.
a lady bad pack?
Probably. I'm going to go find out, but you stay here. While I find out what Water Lady wants. Probably just wants to steal our sticks.
No, she wants to throw the stick. And as he says that, you see him pick it up and like get kind of on his haunches, tail wagging.
I grab the stick and I launch it towards Riva. And then I want to walk towards the lake with my bow still drawn.
As you do that, you do get a final best stick thrower after pack leader kind of message as Greggy runs over to Reaver.
And I would like to proceed to the water.
Okay. Rest of you, Finn, you would probably have noticed the rippling. None of you otherwise noticed the figure. Proceeding over to the water Daenarian, it looks like a pond. You can't see the bottom of it. It's a very, very deep blue color.
I am going to do my primeval awareness. So that will let me sense any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
There are two Fae nearby you. One is currently lying on his back looking at the sky. And there is another one nearby.
I whistle to Eladrian.
Eladrian? Eridrian?
Eladrian v Eladrian.
Okay.
Eladrian, do you want to just come dip your toes in this water?
We're calling each other by our species now.
I apologize. Your name is very similar to your species. You may want to have a look at this. And it's not
Perfect
just
for
your
a bump.
reflection. It's not just your reflection in the water.
You've been spending far too much time with Cyrene.
Does Daenerys still have the bow drawn?
Yes, Daenerys is
Yes,
full on.
yes.
I
Like in the water, I'm like, come have a look at this.
Are you fishing? I'll
Probably.
approach the pool.
Okay.
There's one of you in this pool,
Wow.
I'm like
not
giving,
dead you.
I'm giving Greggy Scritchy scream like the elves are having weird conversations. Yes, they are. They're just. I think they're fishing. I heard fishing. Maybe they're. That seems extensive to catch a fish with a bow and arrow. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
He looks up at you, stick in mouth.
And Reaver like grabs both ends of the stick and they do that wrestle thing back and forth.
What is it you're worried about, Daenerys?
There's one of you in here. A not dead you.
What does that mean? Exactly.
It's like a female you.
Yes, women exist. Women elves too.
Yeah, there's a female you in this pond. She tried to throw a stick with Greggy. Nobody throws a stick with Greggy without asking first.
Reaver in the background.
Did you just see a nymph or something?
No, there's one of you in there. I slowly undraw my bow. You can deal with her. And I just walk back to the party.
Eridrian looks in the pond.
Roll a perception check.
That is not great. That is a 15.
Okay. You know a little bit about nymphs. Enough to know that they are smart enough to probably not hang around under a drawn bow. So you have, the foresight to not look directly below you and a little bit further ahead. And you see, amidst the foam of the waterfall, hair blending with the bubbles, like just above the water, these eyes peeking out. And the moment you make eye contact, there's a boop.
Do I know anything about their temperament? Are they dangerous at all, or?
Roll me a nature check, but you can have some fey advantage on it.
Thank you for. That's a natural 20. I don't need
Oh! Generally speaking, unless they have a reason to be pissed, they aren't hostile creatures. They are fairly close to humanoids in how, I want to say how sentient they are, but without insulting their intelligence.
Yeah.
Like, they're very human-like. They have feelings, they have emotions. You know that they can be found either in solitary spaces or in groups. You also know that if they are pissed off, they can be unexpectedly and incredibly powerful. And they are inherently extremely magical creatures.
Daenerys,
Mm-hmm.
you have
Huh?
nothing to worry about. Nymphs are perfectly placid creatures and wonderful company, so long as you're not nasty to them. She is probably more scared of you than you are of she.
I wonder how many people said that about those illithids. Placid creatures. Want to steal your brain. And Danoon walks back to the party.
Okay.
How's the fishing to the area as he walks back over?
It's called nymph.
Like a
Yes,
like a bug?
probably. I mean, Iridian's sorting it.
I look back at Greggy and I just shrug at Greggy.
I'd like to shout over at the waterfall. I'd like to shout. I'm very sorry. You frightened my friend. He means no harm. I hope you enjoy your swim, and then I'll return to the party.
Okay.
Were you just yelling at fish, Iridrin?
Fish, nymphs.
Like the bugs?
No. What kind of?
What?
Yeah, you have
Like a
bugs called nymphs.
Like a dragonfly nymph or hang around at ponds.
Nymphs are a type of water spirit.
Oh. No fish in here then.
I probably wouldn't suggest it. They're perfectly harmless unless you threaten them.
Beaver kind of like side eyes the waterfall in the distance, like.
You see from behind one of the rocks.
That wasn't what I was expecting at all. Reaver gets up, walks over towards the ponds.
Okay.
And like takes like 2 steps and then like takes a tumble and falls into the water.
For a start, surprisingly pleasant in temperature. It's a little bit cold, but not the take your breath away kind of cold. I know you have cold resistance, but you'd still feel the temperature. It's like pleasant to be in water as long as you keep moving.
Okay.
You tumble in. You feel almost the water itself push you upwards towards the surface. Not in a unfriendly, but making sure your head is above the surface kind of manner.
I'll try really hard to stay upside down. So like feet up, head down.
Okay. Being underwater, the water itself is quite murky. You can see there's a lot of plant life here, and you maybe see about like this far before it's just plants and
is it like
sand.
silt rather than?
Yeah, it's silk. It's not, you know, not human polluted water. It's sand being stirred up. It's algae. It's natural, natural shit in the water. Yeah. And as you try and stay upside down, you feel this force lessen as you see a head kind of come out of the dust. Huge eyes looking at you questioningly, and you see this very is a mixture between white and blue hair. It really takes on the color of the water that you're in. You see what looks like a young woman, entirely in the nude, long hair flowing around her freely. And as she looks at you questioningly, her eyes unnaturally large, a little bit fish-like almost. There's a faint blue shine to her entire skin. She just seems to be confused by you.
Reaver will smile and like take a deep breath.
She gets close to you, and like really close to your face suddenly, and just touches your nose and mouth. And there's
I just like blow bubbles.
There's a slight, almost a bit of a sliminess about her touch, like fish skin, that kind of mucus that's
like
on
a
it.
frog, like.
Yeah, exactly. She smiles, and you see her teeth are ever so slightly pointed, and then also, and you hear a giggling, and it's like small little bells all around you. It's a magical sound.
Reaver will like self-rate himself and flap up to the top. Probably snagged in weeds and stuff like that.
Yes, indeed.
And then sit at the side of the, like, kind of prop up and sit at the side with feet dangling in the water. Now that I know that it's not like, I was worried, like, going in, I was thinking maybe it's just like a couple of circles on the surface, but if you drop into it, it's just like an abyss underneath. But since it's just ponds, it'll just sit there.
Okay. As you go up, you see behind one of the water lily leaves nearby, like holding the water lily leaf up in front of her face, but in a very poor attempt to hide herself.
Yeah, no, Denarian, I think everything's fine. Right? They seem nice.
Uh-huh.
They probably don't understand me. Is there any kind of, like, recognition at all from...
When you say Denarian, there's a moment of... But, no, she seems to understand that you're talking, but she doesn't understand your words.
Okay. Yeah. I just smile at her and get back up and head over to the party.
Okay.
Nymphs, water spirits, friendly. See, this is what I was talking about. This is the nice things that I imagined when you were telling us about, like, the squid people were definitely not what I imagined, but this is nice.
Good. Glad my home can live up to some expectations.
It's pretty.
Sarian,
How high can I count?
you've just stepped through the portal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3.
Have I counted to 1 yet?
4.
You've not yet counted to 1.
Fuck. See you guys in the morning.
Gonna skip on the long rest.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I'm sorry, the dice rolls.
It's okay. We are learning through science. My body is the experimental material, and honestly, I'm kind of okay with that.
Looking over to the door, I take it there's no sign off.
No.
Is this what it's like for you guys with me? Like just
Oh no, it was
No
much
waiting.
worse, much longer with you.
okay. Well, I mean, you know, it's
It
not
was
come back
weird.
yet.
We actually saw what happens to Denarian when he goes. Had to bring him back 3 times.
Sorry. What?
What?
I don't know. I'm tired. And I'll lie down in the grass. I'm sure Sam's fine, right? Syrian is fine.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone could get out of scrape, it's definitely them. Mostly because they'll cause the scrape, but you know, it's their little pocket world.
I mean, worst comes to worst, Nax, you could dispel it, right?
Ooh. Maybe I could do that.
Who knows what'll happen if he's in there, though?
What would Sam want? Try it. Try it. Find out. Curiosity killed the changeling.
No, Syrian, you're here, but you're inside out. No!
Is that you settling down for a long rest?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay. As you take your long rest,
Is there any like small pieces of like tree bark, wood,
plenty,
like kind of like a thick branch maybe that's fallen off somewhere?
plenty.
Reaver's gonna bring out the knife, summon his knife, so it's the inexplicably sharp one, and just like sit and carve some wood while
Okay.
the rest happens.
You're going to be doing some wood carving. You'll definitely notice whenever you glance over at the water. Never in the same spot. But yes, there's always a curious what's happening here. But she doesn't seem to approach you guys.
Suppose we settle in. Is Sam still not? Oh dear.
I mean, for him, it'll have been like no time at all, really, if he's not out by now.
Yeah, but I'm kind of hoping that it's not going to continue for the next few days. I mean, this is nice here.
I wonder how small we can make his doorway. Can we move it with us? Like if we pack up the tent, does it come with us? We put it in the bag of holding.
Not specified in the spell description.
Do you wish to do anything, or do you wish to take your long rest?
Well, that sounds good.
Long rest.
Okay.
I'm going to specify I'm going to take a short rest first, and then into a long rest, just in case the long rest is interrupted.
Noted.
Yeah, I'll be sleeping. I will be sleeping in my sleepy leathers.
Sleeping leathers.
Okay.
I'm curious to know from Iridrian's experience how comfortable this armor is to sleep in, because I can imagine that it is the kind of armor that not only is comfortable to sleep in, but also has managed to press, wash, and iron itself whilst being worn in time for you waking up.
It's perfect. It's light. You barely feel it.
I'm so jealous.
Before we rest for the evening, but I would like to do one final thing, which is two final things. One is cast Death Ward on Grecki, and the other is at 5th level cast Guardian of Faith. It doesn't do anything more for being a cast at a high level with 4th, but it lasts for 8 hours and it's a spectral guardian that will defend this a small area from hostile creatures. If any creature takes a hostile action towards us, but if any creature that is passing through that has no hostile intent towards us, it will trigger.
Okay. Noted. There's a little bit of a discomfort to the eyes as you summon this bright, radiant Guardian of Faith. What form does it take?
It is purely meant to be a sword and shield, so it is just this talon of a raven's claw with this great big shield with that then same claw etched into the shield.
It does feel a little bit like it illuminates the place unnaturally so.
Up its defenses.
Finn,
It doesn't have a dim. It doesn't.
can you
I
throw a
can't
blanket
control
over
light,
it
just-
or something? Jeez.
Just put a blanket over your eyes. Just
Okay. As you settle in for your long rest.
Just like, I take like however many steps to the side of it so it doesn't cover it, and I cast darkness around me.
Okay.
So that it's like a bubble of darkness is giving what's behind it shade towards the pools, so it isn't dazzling across.
Okay. You notice, as you're the last one up then, that when the Guardian comes up, there's no trace of the nymph. You can all have the benefits of a long rest, except for Syrian, who is still just stepping out of the doorway.
Out of the doorway, or into the...
Into the... Well, you're always stepping out of one side of the doorway.
Ooh, deep.
Into the pocket dimension.
Yeah.
Oh, it took you that long to get into the pocket dimension.
10 seconds is potentially going to be days at this rate.
Oh shit.
I all for Nax dispelling it. Sometimes the dice are just not in your favor.
When you wake up, you'll feel rested, although there's definitely like, oh wow, fuck. As the area that you're in still has the same color scheme, it's like the night sky hasn't changed. You're still in this twilight moment. And the plant life around you still has this blue hue to it. So you'll wake up, you see the Guardian out of existence. It hasn't been triggered overnight. And there's a definite like moment of adjustment that you'll go through.
Syrian, any sign? Did anybody?
What's my current experience? What's going through my mind?
As far as you're aware, you're just stepping into this space.
Cool.
No 8 hours have passed for you.
Of course not. It's only been like, what, half a second?
Yeah.
Second? Nice. I honestly can't wait to find out how long the time dilation is. Maybe I will step out before I step in. That would be really confusing to them. Oh, I can't wait for them to see the looks on their faces. This is gonna be great.
I think that goes beyond time dilation.
Yeah, that's complete wibbly wobbly timeline.
That's proper paradox.
Ooh, that would be a good name for a character.
I will.
How long is the spell
20.
of Syrian's meant to last?
That an in-character question.
Yeah, I'm just asking generally whoever's nearby. I'm assuming I'm nearby other people.
Lasts a while, right?
Sure,
Right.
in character.
A day.
Was it a day?
I think it was a day it normally lasts, but he would have come back and checked immediately, right?
Well, yes, he's going to come out after 10 seconds. That's what we agreed.
So, is the question here whether they're just in there fucking with us?
Legit concern.
I mean,
Well, we're not going to wait here all day.
no, I mean,
Are we actually going anywhere, though?
We have plans.
Are our plans travelling plans? Or are
Oh
we
yes,
likely
I'd like to get
return
moving
here?
again as soon as possible. Can we not just tear this doorway down somehow?
Technically, yes. And
Yes,
I'll-
is it-
Can't we bring the door with us? I've got a bag of holding we could put it in.
Oh no, 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 no! I don't think that's a good idea, Denarian. I don't think it works
Really?
like that.
Oh, okay. Wouldn't be the first time we've
Wouldn't be
kept, kept Sam in a bag of holding.
Oh my god, can you just imagine Syrian
Fire
coming
fox.
out and just floating in this void with a tent and a bunch of crap and like this, in the distance this faint opening. Like
Me music starts playing.
In space, no one can hear you struggle.
The best part is that I would suffocate and run out of oxygen before you checked.
Yeah.
Then we'd have another corpse bag incident, and you'd have to find a way to actually raise dead. Hysterical. Don't do that.
Well, while the casters
Well-
are debating,
Mm-hmm.
Reaver's going to walk over towards the post and lead them to it.
Okay. Walking over to
Sure.
the pool.
No, their thing seems more prevalent.
Okay.
Well, if we must go somewhere, I mean, most of these spells tend to spit you back out in the same spot, really, when they stop.
I
So,
think that's what they mentioned in terms of how it would work if anyone came along and tried to take it away. So hopefully it'll just spit him right out. Hopefully. As Finn casts Dispel Magic.
At what level?
Okay.
I don't think I've got high enough level to immediately dispel it, so I'm just gonna go
Roll
with
me
I
a
think
wisdom
you do.
check. So D20, add your wisdom modifier to see if you can dispel it.
Can I cast guidance on myself first?
Ooh, can you cast guidance on it? Is guidance concentration? I believe it is, but
It is,
yeah,
but
you
dispel
can cast
magic
dispel
is-
magic. Yes. And
With
guidance.
guidance.
Yeah. Bloody cow drop. Okay.
Okay.
6. Plus 4 plus 5. 15.
Nope.
You cast dispel magic, and the doorway looks inner still.
oh, for goodness sake. And that's just 7th level to spell magic it.
Wow.
Okay.
Absolute wizard power move. I
Wow.
love it.
Yeah.
The flex was real.
Syrian, you've just opened the door. You've taken one step. Barely had the chance to go before you fall on the ground.
Ah. I gather my bearings. What?
1,000 years.
I'm staring down at sort of not knowing whether to be unimpressed or accept that they really were sticking to the 10 seconds.
Hang on. Let me. Persuasion or deception, right? Well, I rolled a 2, so 17 to persuade you that it's the truth.
They look confused.
And they're not naked. That's a really strong indicator. Because you absolutely know that if there was a chance of Finn summoning a Sam, maybe Sarian wouldn't, but
Does Syrian look particularly rested at all?
just confused. I kind of like get to my feet and dust off. I noticed the camp and I was like, how? I mean, I got to 1.
Oh, we've had a lovely night's rest.
Oh.
The deception countered by just general annoyance.
Wait, are they fucking with me?
They, by the looks of them, they look well rested.
Like I'll say.
But are they fucking with me? I mean, that the lights you said is entirely the same. I didn't
Yeah.
see the spirit guardian go up, so this could be like 10 minutes worth of effort.
It looks the exact same to you. You could roll an insight check if you want, but I think
do.
Sam is
I do.
insightful enough to know.
Right.
Yeah, they seem to be going about their regular morning business. Reaver is doing his regular morning stretches. He's walking over to a pond.
Well, shit. I cast Death Ward on myself.
Okay.
Oh, I can't. It's still active from yesterday. It's fine. I don't need to do my morning rituals yet because I've got 8 hours of sleep before all my 24-hour spells wears off.
All right. As you all gather your bearings, so to say, for the next leg of travel, Reaver, you walked over to the pond.
Weaver walks over to the pond, is there any sign of the nymph?
Roll me a perception check.
Is it just one big pond, or is it multiple small?
No, there's multiple smaller ones.
Okay. 16.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. There's a rippling in the water,
Okay.
and you see just the eyes and the hair perfectly blending in with the foam of the waterfall.
Okay. Reaver smiles again. Kind of like holds his hand up, and then holds his finger up and is like, and summons the trident into his hand.
Immediately flips below the water.
And then turns upside down and sticks it in the ground, and then kneels down at the kind of squats down at the edge of the pond,
Okay.
and then sticks his head into the pond to full in. Still smiling, friendly looking.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
23.
Okay. You see the face coming out of the silt and such, but it's definitely keeping a distance, more so.
I will slink down into the pond and kind of float down towards them. Trident still up top.
Mm-hmm. She does seem to be more careful.
What I'll do then is I will take some of the string that I've taken from my the ye old thieves tool pack that I've never used,
Mm-hmm.
and I will thread it through a small sort of wooden trident that he whittled throughout the night. Ties it round and binds it, and then just lets the necklace almost he ties around and then just lets it float towards her, and then gives her a smile and a wave, and then swims back up.
Before you can swim back up, in a quick motion, you see her smile and then swim towards you and swim up with you, and she's got a proper radiant, the sun has just come out from behind the mountains smile. It's intense happiness, almost a bit too intense for the small gift you've just given her. And in a very melodic voice, she speaks to you and says something. Yeah, ni vän är där.
Is anyone else around to hear it?
You guys probably notice Reaver going
very
over to the
interested.
pond. I was going to say, I think Sam's Syrian is being rather frustrated.
Yeah.
Eridrian, would you notice it?
Maybe. Would I?
Roll a perception check.
If no one blatantly noticed, as soon as she says something to Reaver's gonna be like, "Hi."
Yeah, what's
That's
up?
a 19.
Okay, in which case you would hear the melodic tones, something you haven't heard in a long while, and immediately pick up that Sylvan is being spoken in the nearby area.
I'll kind of turn my head in the direction.
You see Reaver and this very pretty, if somewhat wide-eyed, head floating in the water.
I'll kind of give a half wave smile and say good morning in Sylvan.
She waves
I bet.
back and says, and this is when I believe Denarian you speak Sylvan, but Syrian you would also hear this as it's now at a raised voice.
When Eridrian says good morning in Sylvan, like, my ears like... Interesting. What's happening over there?
One of you is angry, but one of you is very kind. And I need to ask him a question.
Reaver's looking blank-faced at everybody like...
Who's your friend, Reaver?
They seem nice.
Apparently one of us is really kind.
Denarian is sitting in a mini grump, by the way.
It's not Denarian!
I'll happily translate for you.
Oh shit, yeah, of course, this is your home. Sorry.
Before you leave, where are you traveling?
We are on our way to meet her ladyship Tatiana.
She looks at you intently for a moment.
At ease?
It's specifically you, Eridrian. Sorry. She looks at you very intently and very focused for a moment. But then goes back to this kind of carefree demeanor. Why is your friend angry?
I'll glance to Denarian and then back to the nymph. The wolf he travels with suffered a terrible fate at the hands of strangers. It's only by, well, divine magic, really, that they're still together.
She calls out, "Hey, gentle wolf!" And you see Grecky's ear perk up, almost as if he knows that it's him that's being spoken to. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know. Be careful out there."
Is she
And then-
speaking in Syl?
Yes, she
Sorry.
is. She turns to Reaver. And still in Sylvan, ask your friend, who needs the most help from fate?
Fate, did she say?
And that is where we shall end today's session.
What?